Very good. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 99th session of the International Pacific Halibut Commission's interim meeting in this 100th anniversary year of IPHC. I want to note that this meeting is entirely virtual per a decision of the Commission. The primary purpose of the IPHC interim meeting, typically held in November of each year, is to share preliminary updates and assessment results with interested stakeholders in advance of the annual meeting in January. And IPHC has done this interim meeting effectively over the past few years via an online platform, and we decided to continue that practice of virtual meetings as a cost-saving measure. Big topics for this meeting are, of course, the stock assessment update and what that may portend for the Commission's allocation decisions in January, and also preliminary plans for the 2024 Fishery Independent Setline Survey in light of IPHC's budget challenges. And of course, we'll have updates on many other topics too. So I'd just like to thank the Secretariat staff for all the preparations and logistics. And with that, I think we can go to adoption of the agenda. Are there any?
Thanks, Chair. So if the Secretary could just put the agenda up on the screen, and then the Chair can walk through it for adoption.
And I'll just note for fellow commissioners, under agenda item 12, other business, I'd like to just have a brief discussion of the contracting party reports in preparation for the annual meeting. Any other comments on the agenda or additions?
John, may I make a comment?
Please, Neil, go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize to the group, but I am going to have to step out about 20 minutes before 5 today. So I think it may be possible that you can continue in my absence, but if there's an opportunity that we can sort of conclude by then, that would be great. I'll sort of defer to fellow commissioners about which path to choose, perhaps to get closer to the time.
Yeah, I don't see any problem concluding by then. Dave, does that work for you?
I think that should be fine. We have all day tomorrow, and we typically don't use all of the second day, so certainly accommodate, I think, Chair.
Okay. All right, any other comments or additions to the agenda? And I'll just note for the public that we have points identified on the agenda for public comment and questions as well. All right, with that, I'll pass it back to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. Okay, so we can move on in the agenda to agenda item 3, which is an update on the IPHC process or processes. And we have a number of papers and reports that we're going to briefly touch on. And so the first of those is paper 03, which is being brought up on screen. And that is an update on the actions arising from the 99th session of the IPHC annual meeting.
I'm having a lot of trouble to log in on this meeting.
Sorry, I just hear there's a couple of mics activated. If you could just remember to mute yourself as we go through the meeting. And then also the 2023 special session. There was one special session. I think there was around 9 intersessional decisions as well that were made throughout the course of the meeting and published via IPHC circulars. I don't intend on going through all of those actions arising. This is more of a reference document to provide you with an indication of the progress that has been made, and they are provided in Appendix A and B of the report. For each of these, we do try and ensure that there's a specific action that's being highlighted as part of any recommendation, so a deliverable. Who is responsible for undertaking that action? Typically, it's the Secretariat, but often it's the subsidiary bodies or sometimes the contracting parties as well. And then finally, a specific delivery time frame. And that's something we try and achieve with all of our reports for all the Commission meetings and its subsidiary bodies itself. So looking at Appendix A, just as an example, and this is the typical format that this paper takes. we have reference to the meeting. So in this case, on Appendix A is the 99th session of the IPHC annual meeting. We have the recommendation or request number referencing the paragraph number in that particular report, the specific subject and text of that action arising, and then also an update in terms of whether it's ongoing, who has the lead, and whether there is a paper at this particular meeting that is addressing that recommendation. Most of these actions arising feed directly into specific papers that you're going to hear being presented by staff members of the coming 2 days. And that's where you'll see a specific reference in this case to, for example, see paper 06 versus the recommendation 02, see paper 11. And so we have indicated where the activity is ongoing, whether it's and ongoing usually means it's initially completed, but it's going to be ongoing annually. In progress, if there's a specific activity that we expect or hope to be delivered by the annual meeting, and then also whether it's actually been completed and we've moved past that specific activity. As I said, I don't intend on going through these in detail as they all are going to be addressed in other papers that are before you at this meeting. But I will take the opportunity to pause and see if there are any questions from commissioners on any of the updates provided. So back to the chair.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Fellow commissioners, any questions on any of those items? Not seeing any, Dave.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And just a reminder, we can come back to any of these throughout the course of the meeting if someone is reminded of a question they would like to ask. Okay, the next agenda item is agenda item 3.2, which is the report of the Secretariat, and this is paper 04. Again, this is very much an interim update. The intention is to provide a final report of the Secretariat for the IM100 at the end of January in 2024. And so this encapsulates the updates or the actions that we've completed as your Secretariat on topics that aren't included in other papers before you for the meeting. So this typically includes a very brief update of what's happening at the Secretariat, an update on the internship program and the merit scholarship, as well as detailing the meetings of the Commission and its subsidiary bodies over the course of 2023. And then we move into a number of interactions with contracting parties and the like. Again, it's not my intention to present this in full. It is just an initial reference document to, again, give you an idea of any progress that we've been making on actions that aren't covered in other papers before you. And for the annual meeting, we will make a full presentation and a final report on those activities. And so with that said, I'll pass back to you, Chair, to see if there's any initial questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? I don't think so, Dave.
Okay, not seeing any hands. Chair, we can continue to move on. And again, for agenda item 3.3, so this is paper 5, this is an update on the implementation of the recommendations of the second performance review. This is the standard paper that we present to the work meeting, interim meeting, and annual meeting, detailing any progress that has been made. We have, again, updated the table of completion as part of this paper, and we remain at 18 of those recommendations having been completed or annually ongoing, 5 that are in progress, 2 that are pending, and 1 which is on hold. And so it's really those 5 that are in progress that are of the main interest. They revolve around the management strategy evaluation work, and Dr. Hicks and the co-chairs are going to make some reference to the progress that's been made in further implementing those recommendations later this morning. In addition, we have a couple of pending recommendations in terms of collaboration with non-contracting parties. So, for example, Japan, Korea, and potentially Russia at some point in the future to look at more distribution work for Pacific halibut, noting that Pacific halibut is also caught, fished, and there's various research ongoing on the west side of the Pacific Ocean. And so again, Chair, there's no particular new updates since the annual meeting on additional progress for those in progress recommendations arising from the second performance review, but I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Okay, commissioners, any questions on that? Peter, is it you
just
putting it in?
Yeah, sorry, I'm with the group here, so I can't individually put up my hand. But just on recommendation 9, if this has to look up, just when it says contracting parties have yet to engage on this recommendation, are you expecting each contracting party to do individual work, or are you hoping more for collaborative work to come out from both contracting parties?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Grief, for the question. So this is a recommendation that comes up for additional discussion at each of the commission meetings. There had been some initial progress on redefining the first version of that recommendation, and that's the commission directive shown on screen as the alternate. And at this point, the Secretariat is on pause with this recommendation, noting that the discussions that have been held at recent commission meetings are that the contracting parties will either work independently or together to provide updates on how you would like to see that recommendation implemented. But at the moment, there's been no agreement for the Secretariat to continue work on this specific agenda item.
Okay, so you're open to whether it's collaborative or each individual contracting party puts forward their ideas.
Yeah, thanks again for the question. I think I'll refer to the chair and vice chair to provide an indication of how they'd like to proceed. But the Secretariat is willing to assist as needed.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dave. And Peter, I appreciate the question. I understand this is something that remains of interest to the Canadian commissioners. This is something that we took up at the annual meeting and noted that per this recommendation, the commission has an opportunity to consider minimum data collection standards for halibut by scientific observer programs, and the commission took no action at that point. I believe this came up again at our work meeting in September. I know it remains an interest again for the Canadian commissioners, and I think you understand the U.S. commissioners' view on this, that it's something that we certainly have some apprehension about. The idea of the commission coming up with standards that would then be applicable to domestic observer programs. I think it's something that the commissioners continue to discuss, and that at such time as we identify a path forward, we can inform the Secretariat. Any other questions on any of the recommendations here? Not seeing any, Dave.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair. So moving on to agenda item 3.4, this is the report of the 18th session of the IPHC Management Strategy Advisory Board. And so that report is being brought up on screen. We have one of our co-chairs online, but initially I believe Dr. Hicks is going to provide a very brief update on some of the outcomes of that meeting. And then I know that the co-chair is available as well to field questions from commissioners. So I will turn it over to Jon.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and good morning, commissioners. Very briefly on MSAB 18, noting that there will be a presentation on MSC progress later this afternoon. So MSAB 18 occurred last May, was a very successful meeting, a lot of attendance. There were a lot of, I think almost all the members were in attendance and very well engaged. So it was very successful. A couple of highlights from this report. One request was for domestic agency staff to draft text for the rules of procedures to allow alternates to be designated as MSAB members. So something that is currently in progress. The MSAB was very supportive of the evaluation of annual and multi-year assessments, along with some other elements of management procedures. And the MSAB was hoping that the next meeting could be held in May of 2024, noting that I believe the next meeting that was decided at annual meeting 099, the next meeting for MSAB was in October 2024. So they felt that a May meeting would be more appropriate. And a couple of things to note throughout the report is that there was a note that management procedure should be investigated subsequent to an agreement on the distribution of the TCY. But I'd like to note that the SRB has a comment on the same topic, which is in contrast to the MSAB statement. And I will be presenting this later this afternoon in the MSC agenda item. And then there's a few notes and agreements that the MSAB made related to the importance of FIS data. And then also the difference between exceptional circumstances and unexpected events. So in summary, there's a few other MSE topics that will be presented later this afternoon, detailing those, the FIS data, as well as what an exceptional circumstance is and how we've defined those. That's the brief summary. I can take any questions, or Dr. Pete Hulson's online as well. Was one of the co-chairs.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody have questions? And I'll just say I was anticipating that we would really get into the substance later on in the discussion of the MSE and harvest strategy policy rather than here. But we can take questions if there are any. Okay, I don't think so, Alan. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Then moving on to agenda item 3.5. Again, this is the reports of the Scientific Review Board. There were two sessions of the SRB in 2023, the 22nd session and 23rd session. The SRB chair, Dr. Sean Cox, is going to attend the IM100 in person and present all of the findings and recommendations and updates arising from these two SRB meetings at that meeting in particular. So at this point, we are just providing these two reports for general information and awareness. Again, noting that both in the actions arising for this meeting, but then also in the various updates or presentations you're going to receive on the stock assessment, the fishery independent set-line survey modeling, and also management strategy evaluation, those presenters are going to make reference to and highlight any progress made in relation to the actions arising from these two SRB meetings. And so with that said, Chair, again, these are generally provided for broad information at this point in time, and the topics contained therein will be discussed over the next day and a half through those presentations. And so I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Okay, commissioners, anything on the SRB report? Doesn't look like it, Dave.
Thank you very much. Moving on quickly. The next agenda item is the report, agenda item 3.6, which is the report of the 24th session of the IPHC Research Advisory Board. And this meeting concluded the day before yesterday, and so this report is hot off the press. I will just give a brief overview of some of the key recommendations, noting that the Commission has indicated their specific interest in the Research Advisory Board making comment on a couple of those items. So as I said, the meeting was held 2 days ago here in Seattle at the Secretariat. 13 of the 14 RAB members were present at the session, as well as 6 additional observers who joined for the day-long meeting. As part of the RAB's deliberations, they consider both formal presentations, but also engage in quite significant informal discussion on the operational feasibility and utility of many of the research projects that the Secretariat is undertaking on behalf of the Commission. So I'm going to highlight the recommendations that were developed and made from the Research Advisory Board, primarily because they are, as I said, hot off the press, and you may not have had time to fully read or digest those recommendations. The first of those recommendations, recommendation 01, as shown on the screen, relates to the IPHC's 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring. And this is where the Secretariat provided an update on the potential incorporation of AI techniques, or artificial intelligence techniques, to supplement our current otolith aging or fish aging protocol. In associated with that, the RAB has recommended that the Secretariat continue with the proposed project and method validation as part of the broad 5-year program of activities that we're undertaking. I'll pause there and see if Dr. Hutchinson wanted to add anything in relation to that discussion.
Thank you. Yes, so I presented RAB with a just general presentation about how we are looking into automatize some of the otolith aging, and as a part of this initiative, we are testing what is called convolutional neural network type of applications, a deep learning type of application adapted from a deep otolith project that has been previously applied to other species. So we are testing this type of model and verifying what's the potential accuracy of this model based on the pictures we can take of the otoliths that have been already aged. As a reminder, we have a huge resource at the IPHC. To date, it's been over 1.5 million otoliths aged here by the IPHC, and we have these all otoliths stored in our archive. So we have the great base for conducting such project and building the database that would be sufficient for training models. So we'll be looking into how well this kind of model is performing and whether it could be providing sufficient accuracy for informing IPHC products such as stock assessment.
Thank you very much, Basha. Any questions on that recommendation from commissioners, or shall I move on?
I just have a quick one. I certainly like the idea of trying to use artificial intelligence or machine learning to automate some of these processes if we can, and potentially be more efficient. Basha, I don't think I heard from you what the expected time frame is for being able to evaluate the efficacy of this approach.
Thank you, Commissioner Kurland, for this question. So it's this type of modeling. It's really based on how much training is required to saturate the model to achieve the accuracy that is required. We are currently internally, we are taking pictures of the otoliths for testing, and we'll be adding them to the database and continuing retraining the model to see what's the level of accuracy. It's really hard to say, but it's a relatively minor time investment as we are using already aged otoliths.
Okay, so are you expecting to have a report back to us at some point in the near term?
Yes, the SRB as well as RAB requested the update on this project, so I will be providing next year an update on that. It's not going to be the annual meeting yet, but I expect by around mid-year next year, I should be able to provide at least the basic information about the accuracy and the testing phase of that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions on this before we move on?
I have one, John.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Basha or David, under this agenda item was the issue of the FIS design, where I think we called it a skipper set, discussed, or are you going to discuss that later?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Commissioner Alverson. And so that is one of the additional recommendations just below that I'm going to get to in just a moment. It was discussed in detail, and I can provide a short update on that in just a moment, if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great, Dave.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead and proceed.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So in terms of recommendation 02, this was in relation to the research that the Secretariat's undertaking on whale depredation mitigation strategies. And as part of that, the RAB noted the activities that we've been undertaking and recommended that the Secretariat continue efforts towards the goal of looking at new tools to potentially minimize marine mammal depredation of hook-captured Pacific halibut. And so again, this was a topic that is discussed at every meeting of the Research Advisory Board. It's a very topical subject in that regard, and the RAB did encourage, or in this case, recommend that those efforts continue. So I'll just pause there and just see if there's any comments on depredation.
Not seeing any.
Not seeing any, then moving on to recommendation 03, and this really is reflected in 03, 04, and 05, all related to the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, both in terms of the design and implementation in 2023, but then also looking at the 2024 design evaluations that were presented based on the process that we undertake, and which Dr. Webster is going to talk to you a little bit about later this morning. So briefly, those three recommendations, recommendation 03 to start with, is that the Research Advisory Board was encouraged by the activities both of the Secretariat, but the Commission more broadly, and also the various stakeholders have been undertaking in trying to secure supplementary funding for the FIS activities. We did hear, obviously, about the Secretariat's efforts on Capitol Hill and plan for Ottawa next year, as well as the industry stakeholder visit to DC a couple of weeks ago. And the RAB members were very encouraged by those activities and encouraged us to continue working in that regard. For the actual proposals surrounding the 2024 FIS design that, as I mentioned, Dr. Webster is going to present to you later this morning, there were two key recommendations. The first was around what Commissioner Alverson was just referring to, those vessel captain stations, and also relating to the potential bait changes in relation to that bait comparison study between chum salmon and pink salmon. There was some hesitation or reticence regarding the addition of the vessel captain stations being added into the design for 2024. We did have a robust discussion about what has occurred in the past in relation to vessel captain stations. And the RAB's conclusion there was just to ensure that we are undertaking additional analyses and to present the potential outcomes or impacts of those changes to the standardized FIS, both to the RAB and then also to the Commission. And I'll pause there just because there was discussion which Dr. Webster and Dr. Stewart may be able to provide some additional clarification around those vessel captain stations that have occurred in the past. And so do either of you want to add just a bit of reference about what has actually occurred in the past? Dr. Webster.
Thank you. So in historical surveys, in fact, before the Setline survey, these kind of spot fishing locations selected by skippers were fairly commonly used. But we haven't used them in the standardized survey since 1993. I don't know, Ian, you referenced possible other use of those, more recent use of those skipper stations. I don't recall.
Yeah, the early surveys and into the 90s, there were some use of additional stations, mainly, I think, to improve the efficiency of the sampling, to reduce the transit time of stations.
Right, but we haven't used them in part of the formal survey since 1993. The RAB were concerned that this was a deviation from the representative sampling undertaking since then. And so we tried to reassure them that this is one of the measures that we put in place in order to achieve, hopefully, at least get closer to revenue neutrality. And this is not intended to be a long-term measure. It's something that in the short term shouldn't have we don't expect with the space-time modeling that'll have an appreciable impact on our estimates. They were concerned that with skippers being able to choose locations that might lead to higher average catch rates than we would get otherwise. But in a 1 year time frame, with the space-time modeling able to account for where things are located and information from past years, we don't expect that to be a problem. But as we will follow the recommendation and make a careful analysis of any impacts of these stations, any effects that they might have on the estimates that are accepted.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
Yeah, I'll start. So should we infer from that the RAB was seeing a potential for a bit of a trade-off here in pursuing these captain stations, perhaps compromising the integrity or the standardization of the survey, and that was the nature of the reservations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think from a couple of the RAB members or a number of the RAB members, that was the concern that they were voicing. And the Secretariat was just trying to provide that reassurance that it has been used in the past and it be unlikely to result in any of those types of issues. But that said, the RAB was still sufficiently concerned enough that they developed this recommendation for us to undertake continued efforts to analyze those potential impacts, whether it's in real time, if the Commission decides to go ahead with those vessel captain stations, or some other format. Ray, anything to add to that?
Maybe just to note that in a classic design-based analysis where you just take the average catch rate, of course, this would cause bias in the survey index. But because we're using a model-based estimator that specifically accounts for the spatial distribution of stations, this is something where we would expect higher catch rates at these stations, and that wouldn't compromise the design, at least in the short term. But as noted, we can also do the analysis with and without these stations and document exactly the effect. So this is something we'll be looking at very closely and ensuring that when we do, if we do proceed with that design modification, we would still be able to provide an unbiased survey index for 2024 and subsequent years.
Okay, thanks, Ian. That's helpful. So a related question, and this is back to the recommendation 3 with recommending that the Secretariat continue efforts to obtain supplementary funding. Did the RAB evaluate the other efficiency and or revenue generation methods that the Secretariat has discussed with us recently?
So in broad terms, they were provided with that same or very similar paper to what you're going to be hearing from Dr. Webster later today. And it was the RAB only being one day of the meeting. They were just given the opportunity to provide comments on any topics of interest within that particular paper. And these are the core areas that they focused on. So the vessel captain stations, the bait changes, and then also when we get down to the recommendations or agreement rather for a block design. They were the 3 primary areas that they focused on in relation to the 2024 FIS design proposal.
Okay, yeah, I guess what I was trying to explore with that question was whether to interpret their recommendation, the fact that they recommended the Secretariat continue efforts to obtain supplementary funding, should we interpret that to mean that they have looked at the efficiency and revenue generation measures and concluded that there isn't enough there to make ends meet, and that supplementary funding is the path forward? And as my fellow commissioners know, and as you know, Dave, I've kind of seen the writing on the wall that is probably the case, but I don't want to read too much into what the RAB was recommending here. So that's what I'm trying to get a feel for with my question.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Chair. And I would say that is the case. It's a broad realization that there is only so many efficiencies that we can make to the survey, given the current economic climate within the fishery. And as a function of that, they were also making comments in the report. If you take a look where they were requesting that we still try and undertake some level of sampling in all bioregions. And to do that would require, at least in the near term, supplementary funding to be viable fiscally.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Let's see if any of the other commissioners have questions or comments.
Yeah, John, I have one.
Okay, Bob.
So I think to Ian, I talked to one of the industry's captains that was meeting with you on the RAB and the other day, and he suggested to me that the incentive that we thought that the skipper station would have wasn't going to provide what we thought. So I was there a better explanation of what that discussion was about, the lack of incentivization by providing that skipper choice for a set?
Thanks, Commissioner Iverson, for the question. I think if I can try to paraphrase the discussion, there was certainly some concern about whether, particularly people that frequently fished in those areas may or may not actually fish in their best spots. And that really was not the intent of the Secretariat. We had two goals. The primary goal was actually to make the fishing operations slightly more appealing by just reducing the overall running time between stations, noting that the vessel could choose to have one station a day that was perhaps closer together than sticking to the 10 nautical mile grid. That's feedback that we've received continuously over the last several years, is that the running time, particularly with randomized selection of grid stations, the running time can be considerable, and the vessels would prefer much less transit time on a day-to-day basis. And so I don't think that the discussion led us to think that that particular objective wouldn't be met. There would be some reduction in running time. With regard to catch rates, we're not expecting captains to go to the best spots on the coast. We're expecting them to go to potentially a slightly better spot that's not too far away from the stations that they've been assigned for the day. And as such, we're only anticipating a modest improvement in catch rate over what we would see at the adjacent stations. So I think the main concerns that were raised at the RAB were with regard to how this may or may not compromise the design. And we're comfortable. We're already analyzing data from early in the time series that have these non-grid stations in them. And as such, I think that we can analyze these data moving forward. And if we do find evidence that we were not able to account for the potential bias in this design, we can not include these in the standardized index calculation. But regardless, they'll still be providing valuable biological information. So I think it was kind of a mixed discussion there. And we didn't conclude that this was a full stop, that this is certainly not something we'd prefer to pursue in the long term, as Dr. Webster noted, but that in a very short time horizon, this actually might be a fine way to make at least a modest improvement in the survey efficiency.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Ian.
Other questions?
Yeah, sorry, it's Peter.
Go ahead.
Just on the use of pink salmon as a bait, a little more on that discussion. Were they hoping that any bait surveys were done separate from the FITs, or where was the concern there that it would influence? I understand the with the skipper, when you can analyze not having it versus having it. Can you do the same thing with a bait study that's so much broader? I guess that's two questions. I'm just kind of curious where the discussion was, and also, with such a broader bait study, how do you account for that?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner DeGrief. It was a little bit hard to hear, but I think if I could summarize, the main concerns with the bait study, again, were at a very basic level, just could this possibly compromise the integrity of the survey and or the confidence in that people would have in the index? And we had some discussion that just like we've done with the integration of SnapGear into the survey, this is something that we can account for in the space-time modeling of the results. And again, also similar to the skipper stations, we can analyze the results with and without the gear types, noting that we have a pretty extensive bait calibration that occurred this fall, and we'll be analyzing those data prior to the upcoming survey. So we'll have a considerable amount of information already before we even get on the water. So this is one that I think the primary concern was just the unease in making a large change to the survey. And we feel, based on the pilot work that was done in 2012 and the considerable data set that we'll have to work with from the work done this fall, that we'll be able to tackle this pretty comprehensively moving forward.
Okay, thanks. I do have one other question, and it's regards to another request. And that was about an analysis of FIS prices versus commercial prices. And was there a feeling that commercial vessel prices in certain areas were getting higher prices, or can you just explain a little bit about that discussion as well? Thank you.
Sure, I can jump in initially. And so that was voiced by a couple of RAB members who had heard that they'd heard anecdotal information that we were receiving, as in the IPHC was receiving lower fish prices than what the commercial sector was landing. We've undertaken quite a lot of comparative work already, both in season and then also since, on those potential differences. And we weren't seeing the same differences in prices from what we were receiving versus what the commercial sector had received during the season. But I'll pass to Kayla initially, and then Basha, who's also done some work on this, just provide some general commentary on the discussion at the RAB surrounding the highlighted potential difference in the fish price being received by the IPHC versus the commercial sector. So over to you, Kayla.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so there was that concern expressed at the RAB earlier this week. Upon review and just our experience throughout this season, we did a lot of work to review prices prior to fish sales, as well as when this concern came up at the RAB, reviewing the prices that we received compared to commercial prices. And there was what I would consider fairly minimal differences in the majority of the ports, with only a couple ports in Southeast with some differences, noting that those prices included, those ports also were where our bait study was conducted a little bit later in the season as well. And Basha, if you had anything else to add.
Sure. Yeah, I can just add that we analyze the data available through e-landings for Alaska. We don't have live data coming from the 2A and 2B regulatory areas. And we compare the prices received for the FIS versus for the commercial IFQ sector. And we noted very minimal price differences when we look at the overall picture. There are, of course, some differences between the ports, but this might be also reflecting just the different timing of the deliveries and all. So we cannot expect exactly the average price per port to match. But the prices differences that were noted as anecdotes from the RAB members, we did not see anywhere close this kind of differences. They were very minimal when looking at the actual data in the overall picture.
And so just to conclude with that, Chair, what the RAB agreed is that as a result of that, and given the anecdotal evidence, but also the information that we provided at the meeting that we would undertake a brief desktop study and provide that both to the RAB and also the Commission, just for confirmation of the potential difference between the fish prices being received by the IPHC versus the commercial sector. And we hope to have that done relatively quickly, whether that's provided to you informally before the annual meeting or after, will just depend on workloads, but we're fully intending on undertaking that desktop study.
Okay, very good.
John, it's Paul here. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, it's to do with Brad's recommendation 4 and the answers that Dr. Stewart and provided along with Dr. Webster helped me better understand the Secretariat's view of why they're not concerned about including vessel captain stations. But I think it would be helpful for the Commission and all involved to hear or actually have the Secretariat provide us what they see as the benefits and risk of undertaking that. I think from a scientific point of view, my recollection is that there was concerns initially about whether it would bias the results, and we certainly heard over the years about concerns about deviating from the randomized structure of the survey. So I guess, John, I would like to see the Secretary provide us something in writing around what they see as the benefits and the risk of undertaking this.
Dave, do you have any reaction to that?
Just that, yes, we can certainly accommodate that. It's something we can put together, whether it's look to the team to see if it's something we'll be able to do before the annual meeting. But if not as a formal paper, then at least as some form of briefing note or information paper, we could work towards that. Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly heard from the discussion that you all intend to be looking at that issue, so documenting it makes sense. So appreciate the suggestion, Paul.
Okay, thanks, Chair. And I'll just move on to recommendation 5, which was also related to the activities of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey, but more specifically related to the profile of data that we collect through the CCATs. And so the RAB was concerned that there was a proposal being put forward to pause that oceanographic sampling or monitoring program for 2024. And as a function of that, the RAB made the recommendation 05 that we continue that oceanographic sampling to ensure continuity of those environmental variable sampling. And so I'll just pause there to see if there was any additional comment from staff or questions from commissioners.
Yeah, just the only question I had was that for every regulatory area, or were there specific regulatory areas that they were more concerned about?
Yeah, thanks for the question and through the chair. It was more of a broader comment that it's important to maintain that level of monitoring for anywhere that we survey. It was certainly raised by RAB members from particular areas, so from 2A in particular, but it was generally agreed by the whole RAB that we should continue that oceanographic monitoring program in all areas that we sample. And we did present the various options of what it would cost or what the saving would potentially be if we didn't undertake the monitoring in particular areas or charter regions in 2024. But as I said, it was a broad agreement, and thus the recommendation to maintain that sampling in any areas that we undertake sampling in 2024.
Just on that, is it my recollection that the largest part of that cost was making sure the machinery is fit for the current season? We had to go in every year for analysis and tune up, I guess.
Yeah, thanks again for the question and through the chair. The short answer is yes. As an example, and it really does depend on how many CCATs we deploy, but I believe last year the bill was almost $100,000 just to have those serviced, so calibrated each year. But Kayla, was there anything you wanted to add about what the price would be roughly or cost would be per charter region or per sampling area?
Yeah, so per charter region, we were looking at approximately $12,000. That includes maintenance and calibration of each unit, as well as shipping expenses.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. In terms of recommendation 06, so this was the final recommendation they made. It was related to, again, supporting research efforts for whale depredation, but also general fishing technology advances research or activities. And so the RAB was recommending that the Commission continue our efforts to obtain supplementary funding, whether it be through research grants or some other form, to support studies specifically looking at whale depredation or other fishing technology advances. And looking particularly given the correlation between those fishing techniques and gear and the viability of Pacific halibut fisheries. And so this, as I was saying, was primarily driven by the discussion around the whale depredation mitigation strategy research that the Secretary had been undertaking over the last year or so, but also to broaden that to include other potential fishing technology advances research. I'll pause there and see if there's any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? I don't think so, Dave.
Okay. The only other element that I would highlight, there were two agreements.
Sorry to interrupt. I apologize. We were just a little slow coming off mute. John, may I ask a question on that?
Yeah. Please, Neil.
It's a bit of a question for all of us. I'm curious if we have any examples of research grant programs that are sort of like, I'm sure there's a term for it that I can't think of, but where, it's sort of like a matching funds type of idea, where governments or a certain kind of funding agencies or entities provide money on the condition that there's sort of matching funds from interested stakeholder group. Do we have, it strikes me that this line of research may lend itself well to that kind of model, and I wondered if that exists and whether it's something that we could be sort of pointing people towards for capacity on this.
I will say for the U.S. side, NOAA has a bycatch research engineering program that offers grants. I don't know whether cost matching is a requirement. Certainly, that would be looked on favorably, I think, if there is cost matching. But and Dave, you may be able to remind me with some of the funding that the Secretariat has obtained in the past for this, that's included BREP grants, has it not?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. And I'm actually going to pass to Dr. Planas, who has specifically secured the funding for this research and is also sits on the NPRB board. So, Dr. Planas.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wilson. Yes, we do have funding currently from the Bycatch Reduction Engineering Program. That's that program from NOAA that Commissioner just referred to. So we have now secured an additional source of funding for the second phase of this project from that one source of funding. We're not completely aware of other potential sources of funding at this moment, but that is an avenue that the Secretary has been pursuing and has been successful in securing funds to fund that work.
Thank you, Dr. Planitz. I guess my follow-up would be, is there benefit and an avenue to create a way of leveraging those funds by inviting contributions from industry? And do we have sort of like the mechanism that could enable that? I mean, this is clearly interest that's like pretty fundamental, by the sounds of it, to a number of fleets. And I'm just guessing that there may be an opportunity there. And so I wonder, has the Secretariat ever explored that? Do we have a means of enabling that?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Davies, for your comment. I think this is a very interesting opportunity that we have. But I think this should definitely be contemplated in the near future. Potential additional sources of funding, potentially those coming from the industry. The mechanism, how we could do that, that's something that we should definitely study.
So with that in mind, John, I mean, I guess what I might propose is, or suggest, that whether the commission wants to make a recommendation to the Secretary to investigate mechanisms that would enable like funding leverage by opening up some kind of opportunity for industry partners to access some of this funding through contributions that would allow the Secretariat, perhaps in some kind of partnership with industry, to do more than we could with only the sort of grant funding they have now. I wonder if we'd like to sort of see, are there ways that that could happen, and what would it take administratively? Because this is one example, but we certainly encountered others in the past where, through groups like RAB, there are research interests that come forward that are in sort of like a harvester's interest. So it just seems like maybe something worth investigating.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Neil. And I very much like the idea of some sort of a cooperative research approach. I don't know whether the commission has done that sort of thing in the past, where the Secretariat has specifically solicited to potential industry partners to maybe cooperatively develop a grant proposal or something like that, where it's not just the Secretariat on behalf of IPHC going forward, but as Neil is suggesting, something where we're going hand in hand with, for example, some industry association that might be contributing either in kind or perhaps financially. So Dave, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think that would be a great idea. We've certainly partnered with Alpha as an example for the whale depredation mitigation research, and it's something that I think we could probably broaden, particularly where there are topics of interests that are more regionalized, whether it be by a region or a particular regulatory area, who have an interest in undertaking research that would benefit primarily that area. So in short, yes, I think that's something that we've started, but I think it could be advanced quite substantially depending on overall resourcing. So I'd be happy to include that as the recommendation, and work with industry, granting agencies to try and leverage some of that additional funding to undertake technological research.
Yeah, that'd be great to capture that as a recommendation for this meeting. Thank you. And thanks, Neil, for raising that.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
And so, Chair, the only other elements that I wanted to highlight were, again, just relating to the 2024 FIS design. There were two agreements that were not elevated to formal recommendations from the Research Advisory Board, and those are shown on the screen as paragraphs 26 and 27. And so the RAB did have quite a bit of discussion around the randomly selected station design versus the block design. And you're going to hear from Dr. Webster a little bit later on those various options before you. But specifically, the RAB agreed that a FIS design based on blocks of stations in the core IPHC regulatory areas, rather than that randomized design I was referring to a short time ago, would be more operationally efficient and maybe more attractive to potential charter vessel operators during the tender process. So I just wanted to flag that. It specifically wasn't elevated to a recommendation, but there was that general agreement within the RAB. Similarly, as another cost-saving measure, it wasn't elevated as a recommendation, but the RAB did agree that where feasible, the use of a single setline survey specialist or our field team members on child vessels may be a short-term action to make cost savings. And one of the primary reasons why that wasn't elevated to a recommendation is that there was also discussion and general agreement that should we take that approach, there are data losses that would occur. And the RAB felt that the Secretariat should be undertaking that kind of analysis and decision-making process and making the call on which charter regions could or should not have one versus two set line survey specialists on those vessels. So I just want to flag those two general agreements, noting that they were elevated to the recommendation level. And that's all I have on the RAB report, Chair.
Dave, just as a follow-up to the point you just raised, could you just clarify a little bit more the distinction there between this being sort of a general discussion item versus a specific recommendation from the RAB?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And so the issue is that the RAB didn't specifically want to recommend that we only incorporate one setline survey specialist on each vessel in each charter region that was sampled in 2024, because there would be this data trade-off. If you have two team members on the vessels, you're able to collect the full suite of data that we would normally collect. And as a function of that, the RAB didn't feel that they had the time to consider in detail which charter areas should or should not have one versus two setline survey specialists. And so they left that up to the Secretariat to carry forward. However, they did note that, for example, in Regulatory Area 2A and potentially some in 2B, there was the option to only have one team member on board and therefore make those cost savings. Okay, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, John, I just wanted to go back to the whale depredation and funding. And I was curious if it was isolated to just whale depredation, or if there was any discussion around the yellow eye scientific research that's being under that was done as well, just for fishing technology advances.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Commissioner DeGreef, and through the chair. In short, there was. Yellow eye was raised as also an option for potential research and for seeking supplementary funding. But I might see if anyone else in the room here can recall the specific discussion and add to that.
Yeah, we didn't have specific presentations on the research that's been done recently, but the IPHC has been collaborating extensively on a project, well, it's actually several projects, an analysis-based project on the effects of yellow eye restrictions on the Pacific halibut fishery, and as well hook modification efforts to reduce yellow eye bycatch. So we didn't have extensive presentation on these in the RAB, but we note that this is ongoing collaboration that we are pursuing, and certainly falls under our fishing technology advances avenue of our research program.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Dave, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chair. So that concludes that particular agenda item. If we move on to the next, which is agenda item 3.7. So this is just a brief update on the IPHC's 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring. So this is paper 06. I don't intend on providing any broad updates associated with this paper, as it is, we have now incorporated the progress timeline and deliverables table as Appendix 5 of this paper. And this was something that both the Scientific Review Board as well as the Commission had requested that the Secretariat develop. It is a work in progress. We still have to add in a number of the monitoring elements associated with that Appendix 5. And we hope to do that before the annual meeting. In addition, there were a number of a couple of minor updates that we made to the 5-year plan, and those are around the age composition data section and also the AI section, incorporating a paragraph for each of those. And they are shown as 5.2.3 and 6.2.3 on the screen. So those are the only updates we've made or incorporated within the plan. Those the project on AI, as you heard, is in its infancy in that regard. And once we provide an update to the Commission, potentially by the middle of next year, we'll be looking for some guidance from the Commission on how you'd like to proceed. And so with that said, unless there's any other input questions, I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Neil, go ahead.
Thanks, John. Let's talk about AI. I mean, it's intriguing that there's a few places the Secretariat sees maybe able to make use of this. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but I do wonder, maybe the Secretariat's already doing this, but I wonder if there's any merit in sort of like looking across the various parts of our research and our analytical work in sort of a more comprehensive way to ask the question of whether there are places that we could be pursuing changes to achieve efficiencies or greater analytical insight or whatever through the use of AI. So, I mean, Dave, maybe I'd be curious to hear from the Secretariat about how we've landed at these few examples here that are listed, or do you think there's more work that could be done to sort of look across all the different things we do that may be supported by this?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Davis, and through the chair. The short answer is yes. It's something that we see a lot of opportunity and scope for within our broader activities. We are, as you're aware, somewhat resource limited in terms of our staffing at the Secretariat, and so we felt that this was an opportunity for us to delve into the field of AI, noting that we have probably the most comprehensive odor collection in existence globally. And it was an opportunity to test the waters, see what level of expertise we would need both internally and then also to potentially source from outside. See how it would work for us, see what level of resourcing it would require, and then to potentially apply it to other areas. We've had discussions, for example, around the tail marking project as another primary example where AI could be particularly useful, both in terms of resource saving, but then also just in terms of the potential accuracy or scope of the project. So sort of to summarize the short answer is yes, we see a lot of opportunity here. I think we're going to go through this initial testing phase to see how it works. And then I'm sure there will be parallel discussions over the next year on other areas that we could apply AI. But I'm going to pass to Dr. Hutchinson, who's particularly involved, and maybe you could just highlight some of your experience when you've been looking into the development of this project, where you see AI could potentially be used in fisheries activities we undertake. So.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. So yes, AI is used in the various applications. The prime example is computer vision types of application with recognition of various patterns, and that's why the tail recognition is an interesting example. But obviously, otoliths are the kind of primary example where we see the main time saving that this would provide. There are other opportunities within fishery monitoring activities, but we do not have that much of internally the expertise. So we are currently just doing a little bit of a review and trying to look into the potential applications, but we do not have anything very specific line up apart from the otolith aging project.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think that's a really helpful and sounds like we're sort of figuring some things out here. I guess my thought is it would be interesting to hear back from the Secretariat once you've got a little bit of experience under your belt and you've had a chance to sort of maybe look across our activities more broadly about where you think we can take this and whether, at some point in the future, it, for example, makes sense to be a bit more sort of like strategic or make a bit of a plan for how might we bring the services offered by AI into our operations to do better work, do more work, do work more efficiently. But I recognize we may not be there yet. It's just maybe a first step could be to plan for some kind of report out on what kinds of lessons are we learning out of these initial projects and what kinds of opportunities might we want to explore further.
Yeah, so if I might just add, I think one of the areas as well, like we are thinking about this things like data verification and really looking into more automation in terms of monitoring and reporting for a lot as a part of a preparation of a lot of inputs to some of our research projects. So that's definitely an avenue that could provide some efficiencies within the Secretariat. But again, things really more of a thinking about it phase than any particular plans.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So that concludes the presentation 3.7. Moving on to agenda item 4, and so this is moving into our fishery monitoring section, and so you'll notice that we're starting to structure the agenda for the Commission meetings to match the broad design of the 5-year program of integrated research and monitoring. And so, as I said, agenda item 4 is related to fishery monitoring and has 2 components. We're going to look at the fishery-dependent data overview, and that's going to come from Dr. Hutchinson and her team, and then also the fishery-independent data overview, which will come from Kayla Ulesi. So we'll bring up paper 7, Rev 2, I believe it is, noting that there was a couple of minor amendments or improvements that were made yesterday. So if we could have paper or presentation rather.
It's already on
the screen. Go for it. I'll hand to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. As mentioned, I will now present fishery-dependent data overview. I will just ask the Secretary to allow me to change the slides. Thank you. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide a preliminary overview of the 2023 Pacific halibut removals, including the status of mortality reported against fishery limits adopted by the Commission and outlined in the IPHC fishery regulations for 2023. The data provided in this presentation are projected for the end of the fishing season, and this is 7th of September for the commercial sector. As a reminder, we also provide regular updates on the 1st and the 15th of each month on the current status of the fishery by each sector, and this is available on our website through that link here. So overall projected mortality for 2023 is 15,500 tons, or just a little over 34 million pounds. And this stands at 92% of the cost-wide TCOI, total constant exploitation. And going by regions and sectors, for the IPHC regulatory area 2A, the non-treaty directed commercial fishery had a limit of 117 tons or 260 million pounds. This fishery operated under three 58 hours long fishing openings and landed very close to or just a little over the limit. In comparison with the last year, the fishery was at 96% of the fishery limit. For Treaty Indian commercial fishery, the limit was 228 tons or 500,000 pounds. This fishery operates under a combination of restricted and unrestricted openers that vary by specific tribe. This fishery landed 98% of the fishery limit, that is 224 tons or 0.49 million pounds. And this, as a note, this value, covers the value that has been updated since the revision 1 of the paper. For the incidental commercial landings with salmon trawl fishery in the regulatory area 2A, the fishery limit was 21 tons or 50,000 pounds. The fishery was open on 1st of April in Washington and Oregon with a management measure of 1 Pacific halibut per each 2 Chinooks, plus 1 additional fish with maximum of 35 fish per trip. This fishery had 1 in-season action when retention was extended past 30th of June, and the fishery landed 61% of the limit, that is 13 tons or 30,000 pounds. For the incidental commercial landings with sablefish fishery, the limit was 32 tons or 70,000 pounds. This fishery was open between 1st of April and 31st of October with a management measure of 150 pounds of Pacific halibut for every 1,000 pounds of sablefish, plus 2 additional fish. There were no in-season actions and the fishery landed overall 57% fishery limit, that is 18 tons or 40,000 pounds. For the commercial fishery, the quota fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2B, covering British Columbia, the fishery limit was 2,282 tons, or just a little over 5 million pounds, and the fishery landed 96. The fishery is projected to land 96% of the limit. The projection is 2,193 tons, or 4.83 million pounds. In comparison, the fishery landed 96% of the fishery limit last year. IPHC regulatory areas 2C to 4, covering Alaska, for the directed commercial fishery operating under quota system. That fishery was conducted between 10th of March to 7, and this will be up to 7th of December. And the limit is 8,614 tons, or just a little bit under 19 million pounds. The value projected towards the end of the season of the volume of landings projected towards the end of the season is 7,517 tons, or 16.57 million pounds, which would represent 87% of the limit. This is close to where the fishery was last year, where it landed 85% of the fishery limit. In Area 2C, there's also Annette Island Reserve fishery. This fishery has no limit, and the fishery landed 17 tons or 40,000 pounds over 12 two-day openings between 14th of April and 17th of September. And as you can see here, looking at the cumulative attainment of the limits by directed commercial fishery in all regions, we are pretty much spot on in comparison to the percentage of a limit taken in comparison with the last year. And in terms of the volume, we very closely match the fishery in 2020. For the recreational fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2A, the limit was 279 tons or 610,000 pounds. This fishery opened on 1st of April and landed 86% of the limit. That is 240 tons or a little bit over 500,000 pounds. In comparison, this fishery landed 76% of the fishery limit last year. This fishery is operating under different measures between each state. And in California, the fishery closed on August with 97% of the limit for that state, with a harvest of 17 tons or 40,000 pounds. In Oregon, the projected at November 17th value was 105 tons or 230,000 pounds, which would be 79% of the limit. And in Washington, the fishery closed on 30th of September with 118 tons or 260,000 pounds, which represent 92% of the fishery limit. For the recreational fishery in IPHC Regulatory Area 2B, this fishery had a limit of 404 tons or 890 million pounds. This fishery operated from 1st of February to 30th of September, at which point there was a issued early closure notice. The fishery landed about exactly the limit, which is again 404 tons or 890 million pounds. And as a note, this value has been revised in the paper, and the revision 2 includes that value, and it's revised from the revision 1. In comparison, in 2022, the recreational fishery landed 93% of the fishery limit. As a part of the recreational fishery in British Columbia, fishermen are also allowed to fish under experimental recreational quota, and estimated removals under this program are 7 tons or 20,000 pounds. For recreational areas, for regulatory areas in Alaska, the recreational fishery operates under 2 sectors, guided and unguided, between 1st of February and the 31st of December, unless more restrictive measures are in place for any sector. Overall, the estimated removals are 2,063 tons or 4.55 million pounds, which represents 76% of the projected recreational landings or recreational mortality. In comparison, last year, this was 78% of the limit and projection for the sector. Specifically for the charter sector, these are the fisheries operating in IPHC regulatory areas 2C and 3A. The limit was 1,220 tons or 2.69 million pounds. And for this fishery, the estimated mortality is 1,058 tons or 2.33 million pounds, which represents 87% of the limit. This is very close where the fishery was last year, where it retained 86% of the limit. For subsistence fisheries, these fisheries operate year-round, and the estimated removals overall are 380 tons or 0.84 million pounds. This divided between areas for the Washington, Oregon, and California, so regulatory area 2A. The removals estimation is 13 tons or 30,000 pounds. For Canada, that estimate is 184 tons or 400,000 pounds. And this is the same value rolled over since 2007. And for Alaska, it's 182 tons or 400,000 pounds, with a note that this estimate is always provided with a year lag. So this is rolled over from 2022 to 2023. For the non-directed commercial discard mortality, this is also occurring over the whole year. The total estimated removals are 1,379 tons or 3.04 million pounds. For the United States, regulatory area 2A, this is 35 tons or 80,000 pounds. For Canada, 153 tons or 340,000 pounds. And for Alaska, 1,192 tons or 2.63 million pounds. In this slide here, we have a mortality estimates reported against fishery limit and mortality projections by IPHC regulatory areas. And we can see here this vary between 46% for regulatory area 4B to a little bit over the limit for regulatory areas 2B and 2C. Overall, as I mentioned at the beginning, the fishery attained 92% of the TCY. And when we account for also non-directed commercial discard mortality of U26, this leads us to 94% of the limits and projections. This is slightly higher than where the fishery was last year at 92%. The table here presents those estimates by sector, and we can see this vary between 87% attained, so slightly lower for the subsistence sector, to 97% for the non-directed commercial discard mortality, which is higher than last year, where it was at 93%. So this concludes my presentation for the fishery statistics. And as a recommendation, we recommend to note the paper, but in this case, the revision 2 that has been published, which provides the Commission with a preliminary overview of the 2023 Pacific halibut removals, including the status of mortality reported against fishery limits adopted by the Commission and outlined in the IPHC Fishery Regulations 2023. I would like to also take the opportunity to note that apart from paper 07 Ref 2, we also published a paper, information paper 2, which outlines steps taken by the Secretariat to improve the overall quality and usability of publicly available IPHC data products. So I also would like to note that for everyone that this paper is available and provides the links to all the IPHC products and shows our progress in terms of informing stakeholders about IPHC progress on providing better quality data. Thank you.
Thank you, Basha. Any questions? Peter.
Thanks, John. On slide 13, I noticed Canada was at 0.34 million pounds, which I understand is, that's a lot higher than projected. Is that, how much higher than projected was that? And where are you getting how are you getting these numbers? Thank you.
I believe Dr. Stewart will be able to provide the details about this value.
Yeah, so the projections that we use for Canadian waters, we use the previous year's estimate from the trawl non-directed trawl commercial discard mortality. And so there's whether it's over or under, these things tend to vary and have over the last several years. This value is larger than we've seen for the last couple of years, but it's not the largest value we've seen historically. The estimates come directly to us from Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, John, this is Bob.
Go ahead, Bob.
Basha, I don't need this right now, but it would be helpful if in this presentation you had the year before bycatch number mortality, just to give sort of a context and reference. So that's just a comment. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. Certainly, we can accommodate that.
Any other comments or questions? think that might take care of agenda item 4.1.
Thank you, Chair. May I suggest a 15-minute refreshment break for everybody, and then come back to move on to the next agenda item, which will be paper 08 on the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design and implementation this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Right on schedule. So 15 minutes and we'll reconvene.
Thank you.
Oh.
Chair. Looks like we do. Okay. So I'll pass back to you, Chair, and we're moving on to agenda item 4.2.1, which is presentation of paper 08, the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design and implementation in 2023. So if you're okay, Chair, we'll hopefully can pass.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have the Canadian commissioners. I'm not seeing them.
They're shown as a group. And see the video. You're right.
Yeah, we're here, John.
Okay, very good. Yeah, let's proceed, Dave. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to you, Caleb.
Okay, thank you. So I will be discussing IPHC's Fishery Independent Setline Survey implementation in 2023. Initially, a review of our primary objective for standardized fishery independent data collection of the Pacific halibut stock assessment and stock distribution estimation, looking at Pacific halibut distribution and abundance trends and collecting biological data such as sex, maturity, and age. The Fishery Independent Setline Survey has standardized bait as well as gear. In 2023, we allowed for both fixed and snap gear to be used coastwide through the 2023 FIS. Each skate meets the following specifications of 1,800 feet with 100 hooks spaced 18 feet apart. And number 3 circle hooks are threaded through the front on 24 to 48 inch or 61 to 122 centimeter ganyons. And 7 to 10 pound or 3 to 5 kilogram weights are placed on each non-anchored skate end. And we use frozen chum bait as our standard bait type for the 2023 FIS with number 2 semi-bright or better quality. This bait is cut from 1/4 to 1/3 of a pound, and captains work along with IPHC Secretariat on board to ensure that bait meets the IPHC quality standards, and then captains are asked to sign off on bait quality. The 2023 Fishery Independent Setline Survey was conducted from the 26th of May to the 1st of September. In comparison to 2022 and 2021, when the FIS ran till mid-September. 8 vessels participated in the survey this year, whereas 8 vessels also participated in 2022 and 13 vessels participated in 2021. 958 stations were planned for the 2023 Fishery Independent Setline Survey, in comparison to 1,188 stations in 2022 and 1,346 stations planned in 2021. This slide shows the ineffective stations in the 2023 FIS, noting that there was a total of 32 ineffective stations coastwide throughout this past year's FIS. As per our current normal, whale depredation was the most common reason for ineffective stations, noting that sperm whales predated on 8 stations in 2B, 4 in 2C, and 4 in 3B for a total of 16 ineffective stations due to sperm whale depredation, and then 3 stations in 2B from orca whales as well. There were a few shark depredation stations, as well as one pinniped depredation station, and then some logistical issues that caused ineffective stations in other areas. So noting that there's 32 stations that were deemed ineffective, I'd like to point out that while 32 might sound high, it's important to consider the percentage from all of the stations completed. And this year it was under 4% of all 2023 FIS stations that were deemed ineffective. Here, the navy blue shows all ineffective stations deemed from whale depredation. As you can see, that is our most common reason why a station is deemed ineffective. Also of note, when regulatory area 4A is included in the survey, we do tend to see a higher percentage of whale depredated stations deemed ineffective. And you can see that in 2023, as well as in 2020, we did not complete work in area 4A, and we did have a lower percentage of ineffective stations in that year, in those years. The secondary objective of the Fishery Independent Setline Survey currently is long-term revenue neutrality, which we strive to achieve through our fish sale process, where a request for tender is sent out for each sale, and bids are rated against specified criteria, which are provided to all interested buyers on the sales notice. We have established controls for the review and the approval of each sale. And new in this past year, in 2023, we do open bids to multiple ports in order to increase our options and increase that competition in order to receive the best price available to us. Requests for tenders are also sent out for our charter agreements, and all of those submissions are rated against specified criteria, which are published in the tender specifications. In addition, we strive to achieve revenue neutrality through the sale of our sampled U32 Pacific halibut, noting that the price of this U32 is generally slightly less than our legal size Pacific halibut being sold. This year, we did see a bit more of a price difference, with 22% of a difference between U32 and O32 Pacific halibut. And our tertiary objective is collaboration. We've collaborated with Alaska Fisheries Science Center and NOAA Fisheries to collect Pacific cod and spiny dogfish lengths coastwide. We also collaborate with DFO, Archipelago, and PHMA in 2B, where we complete a dockside rockfish sampling program where certain species of rockfish are tagged, and we work alongside Archipelago staff to ensure that these rockfish are sampled prior to being processed at the offload. In addition, we collaborate with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife to also do dockside rockfish sampling, in addition to 8 rockfish index stations where 100% hook sampling is completed. This slide will provide links to our updated website and updated data visualizations for the 2023 FIS. And then a further look at the 2023 FIS. This table shows the average price per pound in US dollars in each regulatory area, noting that this year we did see a fairly significant decrease in price coastwide. In 2022, the average price was $7.72. And this year in 2023, the average price coastwide was $6.04. I do want to point out that the rate of inflation was not adjusted for those 2022 prices, so there is a little bit of a difference, which you can see in my next slide, where this shows the trend from the year 2000 to this year, 2023, where inflation has been adjusted for each year, so for a better comparison, noting that last year's inflation adjustment price is $8.05 in comparison to this year's $6.04 coastwide per pound. And then this table shows the Pacific halibut sales by IPHC regulatory area, noting that coastwide, there was a total revenue of $3,094,009.51 in comparison to 2022, where there was a revenue of $3,194,874.77. I would like to note that previously in my presentation, I noted that there was over 1,000 stations planned for the 2022 FIS. And the key there is that those were planned. However, due to significant logistical challenges and other vessel recruitment issues last year, we only completed 862 stations in 2022. So these numbers are a bit more comparable than one might think. Also in 3B, you'll notice that 2023 has a significantly higher amount, and that is because in 2023, we completed the entire regulatory area, whereas in 2022, there was only 2 charter regions completed for a total of only 70 stations. And finally, I would like to note some of the challenges that we did face during the 2023 FIS. As nearly everybody present is aware, there were some poor catch rates seen throughout the 2023 survey, as well as quite significantly lower fish prices coastwide. We also, for another year, received minimal vessel bids, and vessel availability was impacted by increased sablefish quota. Vessel size became an issue as we opened our bidding up to snap gear vessels and fixed gear vessels. A number of snap gear vessels, while they expressed interest, were unable to meet our current tender specifications for deck space and bunk space. And then also we had veteran vessels that had participated for a number of years in the past, but that were ongoing extensive maintenance and were unable to participate again this year. And with that, that is the completion of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kayla. Are there questions? Neil.
Thanks for the walkthrough, Kayla. I was interested, I mean, I know it's hard to compare one year to the next, especially when prices vary so much, but about just observations regarding how often boats seem to take advantage of being able to like land at different ports and sort of the bidding on prices. Do you think that was helpful? Do you have any sense of whether that maybe mitigated even worse prices this year compared to last year? How did that go?
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner. I feel like the best outcome we saw was particularly in Southeast Alaska, where we saw very variable pricing. And with opening our bidding process up to several ports, we were able to get much more competitive pricing. However, while we are looking at the price of the fish, we also have to assess whether logistically it makes sense for a vessel to travel significantly further to another port. But it certainly allowed us to have a better understanding of the prices available and many times able to get a better price by opening up to various ports.
Thank you.
Neil, you read my mind. I had the same question, so good to hear that seemed beneficial. Anybody else have questions?
Yeah, John, myself, Peter. Just looking on slide 6, it seems like there's more issues. It seems to be trending more issues with logistics. Is there any explanation? Is this an experience issue? Just random, or is there any understanding why that seems to be more prevalent?
So thank you. You were referring to this year's increase in logistical
I'd say
issues.
overall trend for the last 3 years, probably in logistics and the number of stations that are ineffective due to logistics.
Yes, thank you. I would say there's a number of reasons why we would deem that, keeping in mind that there's multiple reasons why we deem a station ineffective that fall within that logistic category. The move to the station more than 3 nautical miles, I would say, is more of a potentially lack of experience, whereas gear issues and soak time generally have to do with weather, and they're generally also linked to some extent, whether the weather causes the gear issue, and then by default, the entirety of the station is not hauled within the 24-hour period, or weather causing the gear issue in itself. So it's hard to say that it's necessarily all due to inexperience. The only one where I would kind of raise an eyebrow at, so to speak, would be where a station is moved outside of that 3 nautical mile range. The others, I generally believe, are chalked up to more so weather and just unfortunate circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the sales price question. Does IPHC tend to get the market price, or are we settling for less? How does that tend to work out?
Yes, thank you. And that actually ties back to a discussion we had at the RAB earlier this week. And while there was some concerns on that topic in particular, we did do an extensive review, and generally coast-wide, I say generally because there were a few ports that we noticed that we did see a difference. However, generally coast-wide, we were receiving very close to, if not higher than commercial prices. We had a couple ports where we actually received significantly higher than the commercial average. Whereas the majority of these ports that we had in 2023 in particular, we received very comparable pricing. We did have 2 ports later in the year where that involved some later in the season deliveries, which where if the buyer is the only available buyer in a given port, then unfortunately that does allow them to potentially have that upper hand.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Kayla?
I have a question, John.
Go ahead, Bob.
Caleb, on the same slide that's up there, slide 5, the orange circles, I don't see the color code, but are those killer whale, or are they just generally whale?
These are going to be whale depredations. I apologize. I completely missed that I didn't include the key there. The key is definitely available. This graphic is actually from the data visualization under the performance page, where the key is available. But yes, that's going to be based on whale depredation.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think that might be it for questions on this item.
Great, thank you very much, Kayla. So then we'd move on to agenda item 5, and in particular 5.1, which is the space-time modeling of survey data. And so this is paper 09 Rev 1, which is going to be presented by Dr. Webster.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is a relatively brief presentation, giving an overview of some of the output from the space-time model, particularly the trends for biological regions, and some information on the snap gear, fixed gear comparison from the data we got in 2023. So since 2016, we've been using space-time modeling to estimate O32 and all sizes weight per unit effort indices and all sizes numbers per unit and then all sizes numbers per unit effort index. From 1993 onwards, 1993 being the first year we had a standardized survey comparable to the ones that we've been fishing in recent years. For IPHC regulatory areas 4A and 4CDE, we're also using data from agency trawl surveys from NIMS and West Department of Fish and Game, the latter being in Norton Sound only. And that's based on a calibration that we developed when the NIMS surveys and our own surveys overlapped in 2006 and 2015. Other areas use FIS data only, and the raw station data are adjusted for hook competition and the timing of the FIS relative to the fishery. So the models predict weight per unit effort and numbers per unit effort at all grid stations, whether they were surveyed in a given year or not. And the estimates are calculated as averages across station predictions. Lack of sampling or reduced sampling is reflected in greater uncertainty, higher variances, or coefficients of variation. We make official estimates available for biological regions, IPHC regulatory areas, and coastwide convention waters from San Francisco Bay to the Bering Strait. And station-level output is supplied to the online IPHC Spacetime Explorer tool, which we've updated beginning of this week. And so you can explore the output in much more detail than what I'm presenting here today on that tool, which I should have provided a link for in this presentation. You can find that on the website. So for 032 weight per unit effort, generally things were quite stable. At the coastwide level, we estimate a 3% decrease since 2022, which is relatively small compared to historical decreases. The largest, that was largely due to the 6% decline in Region 3. In Region 4 and 4B, we estimate small increases and a very small decrease in Region 2. I should note with Region 4B, some caution should be exercised in interpreting the results from that region because we had no survey in 4B in 2023, and we had a limited survey in 2022 in the sampling the part of the region with the lowest catch rates. And so uncertainty, as you can see in the shaded regions, which represent the uncertainty, 95% intervals, the true value we expect is 95% chance that it's somewhere in there. Those get quite wide at the end of the series. And so we have quite a bit of uncertainty of what the value is in 2023, and therefore uncertainty in the change from 2022 to 2023. So that 4%, it could be that, it could be higher, it could be lower. You really don't know in 4B. And that applies to some of the couple of other regulatory areas as well. If you look at the accompanying paper, appendices, areas which had limited sampling like 4A and 2A also have greater uncertainty. So caution should be exercised in interpreting the estimates of changes from one year to the next. The next slide is all sizes weight per unit effort. So bringing in the U32 fish as well. And we see, again, an estimate slight decrease in the coastwide trend, and largely due to a decrease in Region 3. For numbers per unit effort, the decrease in the coastwide trend is estimated to be smaller. And again, Region 3 is the main region contributing to that slight decline. So we estimate a slight increase in numbers in Region 2 and no change in Region 4. Again, caution advised for interpreting that 5% in Region 4B. So in 2023, as Kayla mentioned, we had one vessel fishing snap gear in 2 charter regions in IPHC regulatory area 3A. That's the second time we've had snap gear fished in 3A in recent years. We had an experiment conducted in 2021 in one other charter region, which provided us with some information. That was fished by a different vessel. So now we have 3 charter regions fished by 2 vessels in 2 different years. And so we have a better look at the differences in gear types over a range of conditions. It's not just in 2021. differences in gear type were inseparable from differences in vessel and the timing of the fishing. So that has allowed us to revise our estimates of the ratio of catch rates for the two gear types in IPHC regulatory area 3A, and has reduced uncertainty in those estimates. So here's a comparison of what we got in 2021 from that small experiment and what we're now estimating, including data from all snap gear in 3A, plus a little bit of data from just across the border in 2C. So in 2021, we estimated higher catch rates, adjusting for competition and so on from snap gear than fixed gear, which was contrary to what we had estimated in previous experiments in 2B and 2C. Although the uncertainty was quite high, and as shown by this wide 95% credible intervals. The data we got in 2023 was much more consistent with what we saw in 2020, got me years 19 and 18 perhaps in 2C and 2B. And so combining the data sources, we now estimate ratios that are close to 1. And that implies no difference in the catch rate adjusted for competition between snap and fixed gear. And the uncertainty has been reduced as well. As we add more vessels and as we add more regions over different time periods, this estimate will be refined further. And I should note that we're estimating the time series that you saw in previous slides. We are making predictions at each station location as if that station was fished with fixed gear. So any differences in the gear types are accounted for in the time series estimates. And that is how we proceed with the differences in bait in the 2024 survey as well. So it'll be built into the modeling. We'll be estimating, making our estimates based on the standard bait for jump salmon and fixed gear. So the recommendation is simply that you note the company paper. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Questions? Well,
Dr. Webster, based on the analysis you presented to this morning, are you thinking that you need to undertake any more comparisons between the two gear?
This will be occurring as we go along. As more snap vessels into the charter bid process and fish the fish, then that information will be incorporated into the analysis. So I don't think we need I don't think there's a need for further formal experiments in this case. Going forward. That essentially we're now conducting our estimates on the fly, and these estimates will improve as we sample a greater number of stations using snap gear.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions? I don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on, Chair, to the next agenda item, which I believe is going to be presented by Dr. Stewart. And this is in relation to paper 10, Rev 1. So once that presentation is up, I'll ask you, do you have access?
I do. Okay, thank you. And good morning, commissioners and others attending the meeting. We are ready to start. So I'll note, before I begin, I'll note that we have adjusted the format of this presentation slightly this year. Previously, I would present the data overview and stock assessment and also the projections and harvest decision table in the same presentation. Today, we're going to present the first part of that material, and then following Dr. Hicks's presentation, with our strategic guidance from the management strategy evaluation. Then I'll come back for a second presentation with the future projections and harvest decision table. So again, this first presentation will cover just the stock assessment and the data overview. And I'll begin, as I often do, with a broad overview of data sources without including any modeling, just what can we understand from the data directly. Then I'll move into the specific modeling that we did this year, a brief review of our stock assessment process and the results from 2023. The very broad summary of this year's results is here on this first slide. To hit the most salient points, what we saw in 2023 was that fishing mortality was down slightly, and this was in response to the reduced catch limits that were put in place by the Commission for this year, and also slightly lower than projected mortality. As Dr. Webster just showed you, we saw a slight decrease in our FIS indices, whether we're looking at numbers or pounds of fish. Those were down 2 to 4%. However, the fishery catch per unit effort was down considerably more at a 12% decline from 2022 to 2023. And I will highlight this both where we saw that as well as its effect on the stock assessment this year, because this is one of the more important observations in this year's data sets. With regard to existing year classes, we have been tracking the 2012 year class as it's been moving through, and it is currently still the most important year class in the stock. We're now starting to get a read on the 2014 year class, and these two together, although they're a little bit better than we saw in the previous period from 2006 to 11, these two year classes together are not large enough to support a fishery increase and still maintain biomass at current levels. So essentially, we are in a holding pattern still, waiting for larger recruitment in order to change the current trajectory and magnitude of the stock. With regard to weighted age, we continue to see mixed trends, either flat or increasing across various regulatory areas and ages. But this has generally been more positive in the last few years than we had seen over the previous decade. There is some evidence, and I'll speak to some of the supplementary data sources that we have available to us. There is some evidence of potentially a 2017 to 2018 year class or classes coming up, but these are still several years out from contributing to our fishery independent set line survey, and an additional couple of years out from contributing to the directed commercial fishery. With regard to our biomass estimates, the spawning biomass is estimated to be nearly flat in terms of trend, and in a relative sense at 42% of the level that we would estimate to be in the stock currently had we not been fishing on the stock. Our fishing intensity in 2023 is estimated to be the lowest in recent years, again, following the reduction in mortality limits that were set for 2023. So I'll move now into an overview of the data sources, and I'll recap a bit what you heard from Dr. Hutzenzak a few minutes ago. You may note a few differences in the exact numbers between my presentation and hers, and that's because we've already received some updates to several of the mortality sources. And so what I'm presenting you here is the mortality exactly as it was used in the stock assessment this year, noting that the pieces that are most influential to the projections when we get to that point, those will be updated after the end of this calendar year. And so when we get to the annual meeting, the projections will reflect the end of calendar year estimates for those components that will influence those projections. So looking at the big picture, this is the time series over the last quite a few decades, back to the 1960s. Looking at the various sources of mortality by component, you can see, of course, the directed commercial fishery in green has been the largest single contributor. We've been through several peaks with a valley in the late 1970s, a high in the late 1980s to early 90s, the all-time high in mortality over 100 years in the early 2000s, then that period of decline through around 2011 or 12, and then some stability at the end of this time series with mortality varying somewhere around 40 million pounds. The current 5-year average being just slightly below that at 37.37 million pounds over the last 5 years. To provide you a little bit more resolution on that, I'll move into the actual numbers for the last couple of years. This first table shows you the mortality as we projected it from last year's annual meeting. So at the time that the mortality limits were adopted at IM099, this is the mortality that we projected to be associated with those limits. Now that we have largely concluded the fishing in 2023, noting that those components that are still active, including the commercial fishery, we do make projections to the end of the year. So our best estimates for the end of the calendar year at this point are the lower table here. And what you can see is that we are projecting and estimating for this year that almost all sources are going to come in below our projections from last year. So commercial landings, commercial discards down slightly, recreational mortality overall coast-wide down slightly, subsistence mortality down slightly. In aggregate, we end up approximately 7% below where we were in 2022, still a little bit more than 1.5 million pounds above where we ended up in 2020. And of that, we estimate 83% of the total mortality on the Pacific halibut stock was utilized, meaning it was brought to the dock and actually landed and not discarded and subsequently died at sea. So that's been about normal for this stock, somewhere in the mid 80% range has been fairly consistent, the percent utilized in the last several years. I will highlight that the non-directed discards were slightly higher than what we had projected, noting that the projections are based on a 3-year running average. And so for that 3-year running average looking forward, because we did have a slightly higher estimate in 2023, we are looking at a slightly higher projected value going into 2024. So again, when we do those projections for next year, we'll be projecting 4.56 million pounds of non-directed discards across the entire coast for the upcoming calendar year. Now, I'll give you a little bit more detail on non-directed discards. This is the time series. So again, this is bycatch in fisheries that are not allowed due to regulation to retain Pacific halibut. The black line at the top is the total across all regulatory areas and all sources for which we have estimates. And you can see a very large decline over the last several decades from values in the early 1990s, which were considerable in the range of 15 to 20 million pounds per year of discard mortality from these non-directed fisheries encountering Pacific halibut, down to a level quite close to 5 million pounds in the last few years. You'll note that we had hit an all-time low in 2021. We saw a slight increase last year, and then a slight decrease this year from that peak in 2021. I do want to highlight one other pattern here. It's difficult to delineate between the various IPHC regulatory areas in general because most of the mortality is coming from IPHC regulatory area 4, C, D, and E, which is the green line with the diamond shapes on it. But the next line down, IPHC regulatory area 3A, we've actually seen quite a strong shift in the last few years. And I want to highlight that because this was an area for which we had been noting relatively large levels of bycatch through the 2000s and into all the way through to 2019. And then beginning in 2020, we saw a very rapid decrease in the estimated mortality from non-halibut fisheries in IPHC regulatory area 3A. And this corresponds not to a change in the handling or encounter rate of halibut so much, but it appears to be primarily associated with reductions in those target fisheries for other shelf species in that area. So those fisheries have been fairly substantially reduced over the last few years. And because of that, the overall mortality of halibut in those fisheries has also gone down considerably. So this is something that I think is of note because it is certainly contributing to the decline in overall halibut mortality from non-halibut fisheries. Okay, if we look now at the big picture in terms of the mortality limits that were set and the actual mortality accruing to the TCEYs, this gives you a time series back to 2013. The blue line there indicates the TCEY that was set in each year, noting that the TCEYs, it was actually set as FCEY until 2018. but we've reconstructed the TCEY associated with that for comparability in this figure. You'll note a few things. One, if you look back across 2014, 18, 20, and 23, the limits, the blue line there, were very similar across all 4 of those years. In 2014, the fisheries actually exceeded that limit to some degree. In 2018, it was very close to being exactly on the limit. And then in recent years, from 2020 onward, we've seen the total mortality coming in below our projections. So based on the adopted limits, we've ended up with less mortality than we expected from those limits. So in effect, over the last 4 years, the stock has gotten a bit of a break in that it's experienced less fishing mortality than we anticipated, even based on the limits that were set in each year. I'll move now directly into the fishery dependent data. So as you know, we get extensive logbook information from all the various components of the directed commercial fishery, the gear types, the subsectors within various areas, and the sub areas within, for example, 4C and 4D in the Bering Sea. And this, I realize this is a lot of detail here. I'm showing you everything all at once, but what I hope you take away from this slide is just the overall pattern that there's a considerable amount of variability between the gear types and between the areas on a year-to-year basis. But in general, the overall trends are quite consistent across gear types within areas, although the scale may differ in some places. So fixed hook gear, historically in the fishery, has experienced higher catch rates than snap gear, although that's not the case in all regulatory areas to the same degree. But both gear types have generally shown similar patterns in a broad sense across years to decades, noting interannual variability in those specific trends. In the bottom right here shows you the raw coastwide estimate of fishery CPUE, and you can see that it is down 10% in the raw data, following an even larger drop from 2021 to 2022. And this is an important component in this year's results. It indicates that the fishery certainly struggled this year to maintain catch rates as we saw a shift to younger Pacific halibut in the stock. And so I'll now contrast this to what we saw in the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. So again, the panel on the right here is the same information you saw in the previous figure with the 10% drop in raw catch rate from the commercial logbooks. Dr. Webster showed you the figure on the left just a few minutes ago. This is the O32 or legal size weight per unit effort index from the coastwide Fishery Independent Setline Survey, noting that that is the index that's most comparable to the directed commercial fishery. And you can see that both of these sources picked up a fairly strong decline from 2021 to 2022, but the decrease from 22 to 23 is definitely more pronounced in the commercial fishery. Now, I'd like to highlight here that the commercial fishery is still ongoing, and we do not yet have all the logbooks from the 2023 fishery. Some areas we have more than others, but it is common to add a considerable amount of more logbook data after the season is over, as we receive those logs directly and or collect them from vessels early next season that we didn't see at the end of this season. And so because of that, we have generally developed a correction based on how that's changed in previous years. So if we account for that with this year's trend, we would actually expect an even steeper trend at the end of this time series, or a 12% decline is what we would anticipate when we get the rest of the logs. And again, that varies somewhat area to area, but in aggregate, it is almost always a negative effect on the coastwide logbook trend. So this is a big enough difference between 3% and 12%. This is a big enough difference that it does have an effect on the stock assessment this year. And I'll highlight that when I get to the stock assessment results. If we look across the three results that Dr. Webster presented just a few minutes ago, moving from left to right, numbers per skate, total pounds per skate, including the sublegal fish, and then on the right, the panel that I just showed you in the previous graph of legal pounds per skate, you can see that we're 2 to 4% down at the coastwide level. Now, this is actually a slightly different pattern than we've seen in the last several years. One, it's a slightly smaller decline than we've seen, certainly than last year, from 2021 to 2022. And also, there's no clear trend across these three different indices. There's not an obvious large difference. I'll contrast that here at the bottom. These three panels are the same panels from last year's stock assessment. And there we noted a fairly strong difference between the trend in numbers, total pounds, and 032 pounds. As we went from numbers to pounds, the decrease from 2021 to 22 got more pronounced. And then when we went to legal pounds, it got even more pronounced. And what that was telling us last year was that we had a decline going on that was primarily occurring in the older, larger fish in the stock, where this year the decline appears to be more uniformly distributed across all sizes and both numbers and weight of fish. So, and what this indicates, and I'll speak to this even more when we get to the biological data, is that we have largely made the transition now from the older fish that the fishery and the Fishery Independent Setline Survey have been catching in greatest abundance over the last decade. We've moved from those older fish to now younger fish, primarily the 2012 year class. So the trends that we're seeing are now in response to what's going on with the 2012 and now even to some degree the 2014 year class, younger and smaller fish across the board. So moving into that biology, this graph here shows you the age composition collected from the Fishery Independent Setline Survey. Across the bottom, you have the survey year, and the y-axis represents the age of those fish. The size of the circle represents the proportion of the overall catch in numbers that was that age in that year. And because it's a setline survey, all of these fish are sampled directly. We can tell males from females in all years. So both are shown here with the males as blue circles and the females as red circles. If we highlight some of the strong diagonal patterns in this graphic, a strong diagonal pattern indicates a strong year class or a strong cohort. These are fish that are moving through the stock every year. They get 1 year older, and that's why it creates a linear diagonal pattern. We highlight those particular year classes from left to right. That is the 1987 year class, which on its own produced over 200 million pounds of yield to the Pacific halibut fisheries over its lifetime. Of course, that year class is largely gone now. There are a few remnants of those fish at the older ages, but they are no longer an important component of our fishery catch. Then several years later, we saw the 2005 year class. And for close to a decade, that 2005 year class was the most important year class in our Fishery Independent Setline Survey catch. And then most recently in the last few years, we've seen the 2012 year class moving in. We saw them in 2019, well, even in 2018 as 6 and 7 year old fish. And you can see those circles moving through the diagonal there. And in 2023, that was the most abundant year class in our sampling, the 2012 year class, which was 11 years old in 2023. We look at the same information from the commercial fishery, here noting that we don't have sex-specific information in all years, only beginning in 2017, based on the genetic analysis done by our lab here at the Commission. That information lags 1 year, so we have the sex-specific information through 2022, but not yet for 2023. But you can see, and I've highlighted here, the 2012 year class at the end of this time series. You can see that for the second year in a row, the 2012 year class is the most numerous in the commercial fishery catch. And again, that was last year, 2022 was the first time we had seen the 2012s as the most numerous in the catch. It is again this year and even more pronounced that is the single most abundant year class in the commercial fishery catch. Those fish are now largely above the commercial minimum size limit. And we will certainly be relying on that single year class considerably over the next few years. Looking a little bit more into the biology of this stock. So this panel here shows you the reconstruction of our coast-wide weighted age for female Pacific halibut, females comprising the majority of the commercial fishery. And the ages most important to the commercial fishery between 8 and 16 years old. Here I'm showing you 5 of those ages representative of that span. And you can see the overall picture that many of you are closely familiar with, that we had relatively small size at age in the 1930s and 40s, even into the 1950s. These fish then were increasing in size at age through the 60s and 70s, peaking sometime in the late 1970s. And then we had a long period of decline in weighted age through somewhere around 2010, with a 16-year-old fish declining by almost or even more than 50% in its weighted age over that time period from the late 1970s to 2010. So this has been one of the strongest effects on the yield available to the commercial fisheries that we've seen over the last 100 years. However, this pattern did appear to moderate to some degree around 2010, and actually in the last several years, we've started to see an increase, particularly in the younger age categories in weighted age. So for the 8-year-old fish, as of 2023, are almost as large as they were back in the 60s and 70s. And we're starting to see some increase in some of the older year classes as well, although this process is a slow process. So even if this is an ongoing trend, it's going to take many years before we start to see an appreciable effect on the overall yield available to the commercial fisheries, or to all the fisheries. Okay, the last piece of information that we draw from our fishery independent setline survey each year is information on the distribution of the stock across the 4 biological regions. And so for this information, our best descriptor of the biological distribution is all sizes captured in the fishery independent setline survey. And so we summarize that information in terms of the percent of the stock estimated to have occurred in each of the biological regions. Here I'm showing you the 4 panels corresponding to the 4 biological regions. Note that the y-axis on each of these panels is the percent of the stock estimated to be in that region in that particular year. And the y-axes differ. So these are zoomed in so that you can see the detail in each of the panels, noting that the majority of the stock historically has occurred in the center of the geographic range of the Pacific halibut, or biological region 3. I'll call out a couple of highlights here. The first is that region 2 has seen an increase from 2022 to 2023, and it's now at the highest percentage of the overall stock distribution that we've seen since we were able to create these estimates. Of course, we would love to have this information going back for the full 100-year time series, but we don't have comprehensive enough survey information to make these estimates prior to 1993. In the core of the stock, we've seen this stock distribution decrease to 45% of the coastwide biomass in 2023. This is the lowest that we've observed over this 31-year time period. And that is definitely something to note, being that this is the geographic center of the stock and where we understand much of the spawning to take place on a year-to-year basis. I will also highlight biological region 4B, which, although it shows an increase here, as Dr. Webster noted, we had no direct sampling in biological region 4B in 2023. And so the uncertainty interval, or the gray band around our estimate of stock distribution here, you can see becomes very broad in 2022 and even broader in 2023. And in fact, an increasing or a decreasing trend in stock distribution are both quite plausible in that area. So again, no direct sampling in IPHC regulatory area 4B in 2023. You'll note in the top left that in region 4, although we also didn't have any direct fish sampling in region 4, we benefit substantially, as Dr. Webster noted, from the NOAA Fisheries Trawl Survey and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Trawl Survey in Norton Sound. And so even though we didn't have direct sampling from the fish, we still retain a relatively precise estimate of the stock distribution and in the trend and abundance in biological region 4 from that data source alone. Okay, another piece of information that we can draw from the survey is what I will call an empirical harvest rate. So this has no modeling behind it. This is purely just the mortality that occurred in each year divided by the survey index. And as such, there are no inherent units to this calculation. It's just a relative metric of how hard were we fishing compared to the amount of fish that we saw in each biological region in each year. And a couple takeaways you can make here. This is standardized overall so that the terminal year is a value of 1 at the coastwide level. So the units here mean nothing. It's really the comparison over time within a region or coastwide and among the regions and the coastwide trends. So what you can see is that similar to the overall mortality, we estimate that in the middle of this time period, and I should have noted that the bars correspond to individual years from 1993 to 2023. And so that period in the early 2000s when yields peak, that also corresponds to a time period when based on this empirical harvest rate metric, we think that the overall harvest rate across all of these regions and coastwide was at its highest point in the recent 30 years. And you can also see there's some fairly strong systematic differences, with biological region 2 experiencing the highest empirical harvest rates across this whole time series, and biological region 4 the lowest. So again, this is a completely model-free estimate based only on the mortality that occurred and the survey observations that were made in each year. Okay, moving now into the rest of the supplementary data sources. So we've known for decades that there's a correlation between the Pacific Decadal Oscillation and the average Pacific halibut recruitment, or the number of young fish entering the stock on a year-to-year basis. This index, the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, isn't a good predictor of individual year classes, but it does on average correspond to periods of higher and lower recruitment. So here I'm showing you the time series of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation as an anomaly, or an index with 0 across the middle. Positive values correspond to time periods when we would expect on average higher recruitment to the Pacific halibut stock, and points and periods below the line corresponding to time periods when we would expect lower on average recruitment to the stock. And this was a relationship that was identified several decades ago. And as we have tested and retested this relationship, it appears to have continued to hold up with another 20 plus years of data added to that relationship. Now, one of the things, though, to note is that where historically this was a long-term pattern of a couple of decades on average at a time of high and low periods, things appear to be changing. At the end of this time series, we're starting to see shorter stanzas or shorter regimes in the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, with a short negative regime in the early 2000s. We have just come through what was a very short period of positive years from 2014 to 2019. And I highlight that because these are going to be the year classes that we'll be looking at most closely over the next several years for evidence as to whether they actually were above or below average. But I would caution that the relationship between the Pacific Decadal Oscillation Index and many of the physical oceanographic variables does appear to be changing over time. And so it is unclear whether this historical relationship with Pacific halibut recruitment is or isn't going to hold up over future years. Now, I will note we do have some additional information on upcoming year classes that we can assess through the NOAA Fisheries Trawl surveys, primarily in the Bering Sea, where we know many of the juvenile Pacific halibut occur on a year-to-year basis. So this graphic here shows you the results of that survey shared with us from the NOAA scientists that conduct that survey. This figure, you can see I've divided the bars here up into 3 components. The light gray is under 26-inch Pacific halibut, so mid 60 centimeter fish. These are going to be fish that are roughly 6 years old and younger. The dark gray are going to be fish that are 26 to 32 inches. These are fish that are just below the commercial minimum size limit. And then the green bars are fish that are over 32 inches or above the commercial minimum size limit. And so you can see right away that the trawl surveys tend to index largely just the smallest of the fish that are 6 years old and younger. But they do catch a considerable number of those fish, and this is one of the places we can look perhaps for advanced information on year classes that might be coming in the future. If you look at this time series, you can see 3 peaks. The first peak being in the early 1990s, and that corresponds to the 1987 year class. The second peak in the mid-2000s, and although there's a very wide variance on a couple of those observations, this period corresponds to the 2005 year class and several year classes around it. And then at the end of this series, you can see that the last 3 years of surveys, there was no trawl survey in 2020, have actually shown relatively high abundance compared to the long-term time series of Pacific halibut in the Bering Sea. Now, if I put this another way, we can actually use the length and age information from this survey, and we can, through the creation of an age length key, we can assign these fish to estimated ages. And we can see that those three peaks correspond generally to, again, to that 87-year class, the 2005-year class, and then perhaps a 2017 to 18-year class at the end of this time period. Now, there are a couple of very important caveats here. One is that even though the 2005-year class really looked great in the Bering Sea trawl survey, it turned out to be much, much smaller than the 1987-year class. And this illustrates the mismatch between looking at the numbers of young fish in just one part of the geographic range and what does and doesn't constitute a real important year class across the entire range of Pacific halibut. So certainly the coastwide stock benefits from recruitment in areas outside the Bering Sea as well. The second caveat here is that it is going to be several more years before we can get a good read on these fish through our fishery independent setline survey and through the commercial fishery. So it's not bad news to see these young fish in the Bering Sea, but it will be several more years until we can corroborate this and to corroborate how strong this year class may or may not be at the coastwide scale and not just in the Bering Sea. So the last thing I want to summarize with regard to the data sets is the recent ecosystem conditions. And there are five links at the bottom of this slide. In each of those references a very extensive analysis of the ecosystem conditions in each of the various ecosystems, from the California current through the British Columbia coast into the Gulf of Alaska, the Aleutian Islands, and the Bering Sea. And it's challenging to try to summarize that vast amount of material in a single slide. But what I've tried to go through is to pick out a few of the key pieces that may have the most relevance to the Pacific halibut stock, noting that I would encourage you to explore those links in more detail for more information. So in recent years in the Bering Sea, we have seen the oceanography coming back more to a normal condition after several warm years, particularly 2018 and 19 with very low ice cover. This last winter was actually fairly normal. However, although the oceanography has been back more toward normal, the biology seems to be lagging behind. Species distributions and species composition from primary productivity all the way up through still remains in a state of transition. And of course, as many of you are aware, crab stocks from the Bering Sea, which historically have been a large portion of the biomass, are definitely not doing well. In the Aleutian Islands, we have seen continued warm water over the last 10 years with intermittent heat waves occurring in the Aleutian Islands. And so despite the fact that we now have been for a couple of years in a negative PDO, which would generally correspond to cooler water, that hasn't been the case. And this, again, as I mentioned earlier, illustrates the changing relationship between these indicators. So things are still quite different in the Aleutian Islands than they've been historically. In the Gulf of Alaska, there's really nothing of note for 2023. It's hard to find any clear indicator related to Pacific halibut and its life history that would indicate either positive or negative conditions necessarily for Pacific halibut. On the BC coast and the California current, these reports tend to lag a year behind, so I don't have quite as up-to-date information. But in both of these areas, we've seen some mixed signals. On the BC coast, there was reduced upwelling in 2022, which again, even though it was a negative PDO, that led to slightly warmer waters than expected. In the California current from 2022 into 2023, again, we saw evidence of a marine heat wave. So warmer waters than we would generally expect in a negative PDO phase across the southern end of the range of Pacific halibut. So the takeaway here is that we continue to see changing conditions. And I think that the point of caution here is that while we tend to understand in a general sense how some of these may correspond to Pacific halibut biology as it relates to 100 years of history, the predictability of those types of relationships moving forward is quite low. So I'll move now from the summary of data sources into a review of the modeling results for 2023. And I'll begin that with just a brief background on how we got to 2023. So our stock assessment development follows a fairly fixed schedule between full and update stock assessments. Going back through a few cycles here to illustrate this, in 2015, we conducted a full stock assessment, full meaning we evaluate all the various data sets and all the model assumptions. 2015 was the year that we formalized the current 4-model ensemble of stock assessment models that we use to provide the information for management every year. We conducted updates between 2016 and 2018. In 2019, we conducted another full stock assessment, and the big change of note in that year was the addition of commercial fishery sex ratio information. For the first time in 100 years, we knew the sex ratio of the commercial fishery from 2017 onward, and that proved to be a very important piece of information. Since then, we have continued to expand these models around having that information, and it's allowed us to do a better job of estimating other things as well. So following the updates in 2020 and 2021, we were able to do another full stock assessment in 2022 and improve our treatment of natural mortality. Now with a time series of fishery sex ratio information, it gave us more information to start to estimate other quantities in the models, including natural mortality in one additional stock assessment model. We also made some substantive improvements to our treatment of data weighting in the 2022 stock assessment. So in 2023, we conducted an update, meaning that we did not make any changes to the basic approach to formulating the data sets, nor any major changes to the model structures or assumptions built into these stock assessment models. We did, however, follow our standard protocols for independent scientific review. So we presented our development avenues to our scientific review board in June of 2023. And then following their feedback, we went away, did some additional work, and the SRB provided us with final recommendations for this year's stock assessment in September. And I'll go through and outline the specific topics that we addressed in both of those reviews here in a second. Noting that looking forward, we anticipate another update in 2024, and then we have a full stock assessment plan for 2025, again, following our broad, approximately 3-year schedule for larger full stock assessment analyses. So just to provide you some highlights of what we investigated in 2023, for June, we presented on a number of topics to the Scientific Review Board. In particular, we did an extensive look at potential avenues for adjusting the model weighting. Like how do we assign weights to each of these 4 models? And at that time, based on the analysis that we had, our scientific review recommended that we continue to use equal weighting across each of these 4 models. In a nutshell, we've looked at a lot of different methods, and none of them provide us compelling enough information to start to downweight or upweight one or more of the models within the 4 model set. We also did a substantial amount of investigation into the frequency at which we should be processing the commercial sex ratio information. We reviewed the robustness of the natural mortality that we had estimates that we had introduced in the previous year's stock assessment, both looking at the effect of new data as well as removing data from the models, and determined that that is a robust way to proceed. We did work on whale depredation estimates based on the logbook information from the commercial fishery. And we looked at some potential revisions to a stock assessment structure if we were to identify population structure in the Pacific halibut stock. So all those, again, were presented to the SRB in June. The primary recommendation being that continued use of equal weighting. We then went away and refined several of these analyses and extended them and addressed a few other topics. And in September, we came back and presented again to the SRB, first on whale depredation, adding observer records from the NOAA Fisheries Observer Program into our analysis. And the SRB concluded that we should probably not include whale depredation in our stock assessment at this time. I'll speak more to the details of that on my next slide. But that was a pretty extensive analysis, and we reviewed that twice this year. They made no new recommendations on model weighting, they did recommend, based on some additional analysis on the commercial sex ratio processing, what we found was that this information on the sex ratio of the commercial fishery is important. It doesn't change rapidly, but the Scientific Review Board recommended that given the recent stock declines, they recommended continued annual analysis of this information with a reevaluation in the future, noting that at some point we may be able to move to a biennial approach to processing these data, but that was probably not advisable at this time, given the sensitivity and our need to develop as precise an estimate as we can of the specific stock trend in recent years. And then finally, we didn't present on this topic per se, but the SRB made a recommendation that we begin to investigate approaches to quantifying uncertainty in the stock assessment versus simulation testing, and in particular, using that simulation testing approach to begin to evaluate alternative FIS designs and their effect all the way through to stock assessment results. And so those recommendations are something we'll be tackling next year. So just to give you a little bit more background, because we did do extensive work on whale depredation, some takeaways from the analysis that we did. What we found in the logbooks and in the observer records corresponds to what we hear from the fishery and what we observe on our fishery independent setline survey, which is that orca depredation rates are highest in Area 4, primarily in the Aleutian Islands and on the Bering Sea edge. Areas 2C and 3A experience the highest sperm whale depredation rates. This is generally in deeper waters at the shelf slope break, and generally not in the shallower waters. Based on the analysis that we had using the logbook reported depredation rates and the magnitude, so when the whales are there, we can estimate how much of the catch is lost to them based on our fishery independent setline survey. But that's probably not a good proxy for the overall encounter rates. So the encounter rates we drew directly from the logbooks as reported in the commercial fishery. The combination of these two pieces of information allowed us to estimate the magnitude of whale depredation. And those estimates suggest that somewhere around 1.5 million pounds of Pacific halibut yield has been lost to whales over the last several decades. So this is a considerable source of mortality. At the SRB's guidance, we then added this to our stock assessment models and re-estimated the model parameters and the scale of the stock. And what we found is that when we added whale depredation to our stock assessments, the overall estimate of stock size went up by approximately 1 to 3%. So in order to account for the fact that we're losing some fish to whales, we had to have a slightly larger stock than we estimate without including that additional source of mortality. And we actually moved this calculation all the way through to how it would affect mortality limits as well. So when we evaluated that, what we found is that the stock was a little larger, so we would potentially have slightly larger mortality limits. However, we need to then subtract off the anticipated whale depredation from those limits. And what we found was effectively a wash, that although the limits would be slightly higher, we would then subtract off the anticipated whale depredation, and we would end up effectively right back where we started. Because these effect sizes were relatively small, the SRB recommended that at this time, and quite uncertain, the SRB recommended that at this time we don't go ahead and include this routinely in the stock assessment, but that we continue to investigate this if and when we get new information and or the depredation rates change over time. So in a nutshell, we don't think that at this time the addition or subtraction of whale depredation from our stock assessment would appreciably change our understanding of stock size or productivity. But we do recognize that it is definitely a source of lost yield, particularly on the scale of decades. Okay, so with that as background, then I'll move into the specific results from the 2023 stock assessment. We continue to use the same approach, which is 4 stock assessment models, as in recent stock assessments, 2 with long time series, 2 with short time series, 2 each using data that's aggregated to the coastwide level or separated by individual biological regions. Each of these 4 models gives us a somewhat different perspective on the stock, and each are equally weighted in the overall results of the stock assessment. We've made no change to this approach for the 2023 stock assessment relative to what we've done in recent stock assessments. Before I get into the specific time series results, I want to speak a little bit about how our understanding of trends have evolved from last year to this year. So on the left here, I'm showing you the fit of each of the 4 stock assessment models to our primary index of abundance from our fishery independent setline survey. We fit to the index in numbers. So this corresponds to the numbers per unit effort trend that I showed you in previous graphics, and you also saw from Dr. Webster. And these lines show you the projection of where we expected the survey index to go in 2023 without any data from this year. So this was using last year's stock assessments. And what you can see is that we were predicting a flat to a slight increase in the FIS trend from 2022 to 2023. Not a big change, either up or down, but a slight increase. And when we actually got the data, as you've seen, our index point for 2023 did go down slightly. You can see that now plotted on the right. And this now shows you the fit of this year's stock assessment models, including that information. So a couple of takeaways here. One, the trend in the survey was a little bit more down than we expected from last year's stock assessment. But that with the addition of the new data, including that trend, the fishery trend, and the age information, we're now fitting that downward trend quite well with this year's stock assessment. So this year's results are very consistent with the data that were observed, but they are slightly below what we were projecting for this year at last year's process. So looking then into the results from this year, these are the results from each of these 4 stock assessment models. The scale does vary fairly substantially depending on the assumptions made when we aggregate the data, but all 4 models are giving us the same general perception of the relative stock trend, which is that we hit some peak biomass levels in the late 1990s. We had a strong decline in biomass from the late 1990s through around 2010 or 11. Then on the strength of the 2005 year class, we had a modest increase in spawning biomass from 2011 to about 2016. And since 2016, following the weaker year classes after 2005, we've seen a slow decline in biomass over this entire time series from 2016 to the beginning of 2024. With the trend in the last year from 2023 to the beginning of 2024 being effectively flat across all 4 of these models. If we compare that back to the results from the last decade's worth of stock assessments, each of the black lines in this particular figure shows you the results as they were presented each year. The red dots show you the terminal estimate from each of those stock assessments conducted in those years. So this is going all the way back to the 2012 stock assessment and the projection of the biomass. The first red point there is the biomass that was estimated from that stock assessment at the beginning of 2013. And you can see that in general, we're getting a quite consistent pattern from this year's stock assessment to what we've seen from each of those stock assessments. But if you look closely at the end of the time series, you'll see those last 2 points are slightly higher than the blue line, which is the median value estimate from this year's stock assessment. And that actually corresponds to an 11% decrease in the 2023 estimate from last year's stock assessment to this year's stock assessment. Now, each year, as we add data to the stock assessment, we do this in a sequential manner, adding one data set at a time so that we can clearly identify which are the most important data sets to our understanding of stock trend. And this year, as I've already noted, the one piece of data that told us most about the decline at the end of this time series was the commercial fishery weight per unit effort index. And so if we then move backwards and take that one data set out, the gold line down the middle here shows you this year's stock assessment, removing only the updated fishery logbooks. And you can see that without those fishery logbooks, it lines up quite closely on the 2022 and 2023 estimates from the last 2 stock assessments. So the takeaway here is twofold. First, that this was the most important piece of information in terms of informing us about the decrease in the stock size at the end of the time series. The age data, the results from the fishery independent setline survey, those are consistent with both of these estimates. But the fishery itself was what's telling us that we saw a decrease at the end of the time series. Then the second salient point is just to highlight the importance of the fishery trend itself. So we discuss every year that we're fitting both of these indices of abundance in our stock assessment. But I think the results this year really highlight that when we do have differences between data sets, all the data sets, these models are fitting our best estimate based on all the data sets that we have available. And so to the degree that one data set is giving us a very strong signal, that does come through in the stock assessment. And that is coming primarily this year from the fishery CPUE time series. If we look then into the results, the estimates of relative recruitment from each of these four models. So this is the recruitment strength of the number of fish born in each of these years. And they're all rescaled so that they're all on the same scale. And we can just compare the relative strength across time, across these four models. And you can see that after a period of variable but relatively good recruitment through the mid-1990s and into the early 2000s, we had the 2005 year class, which was the largest single year class we've seen in the last 30 years. Then we entered this period from 2006 to 2011, and we had some of the lowest recruitment, in fact, 6 in a row, low recruitments, until we got to the 2012 year class. The 2012 year class is now estimated to be fairly consistent with some of those year classes we saw before 2005, but not as large as we estimate the 2005 year class to be. Following 2012, we appear to have had a not great year class in 2013, and then the 2014 year class following along behind, better than 2006 to 2011, but still not great. After that time period, you'll see differences among the models, and that is because we have much greater uncertainty with little direct information on the year class strength from 2015 onward. And this is because we're just starting to see those fish in the commercial fishery now at 7 or 8 years old. So to put this another way, and to look at how our understanding of incoming year classes evolves over time, I'll just take a single model and I'll show you the evolution of these year classes from this model as we add data at the end of the time series. So if we go back a few years to 2017, when the 2012s were only 5 years old, you see we had a fairly small and quite variable estimate. At 6 years old, we started to get slightly better information. And by 7 years old, we had a pretty good estimate of the 2012 year class. Although it still moved around a little bit, what this indicates is that we were starting to get a decent read on that year class. And then since then, we haven't updated that understanding much with subsequent data. If we then look at the 2014 year class, similarly, at 5 years old, we saw a fairly small estimate. It's increased a little bit, but now at 7 years old, it's beginning to stabilize. And so the takeaway from this is that both of these year classes are now fairly certainly not as large as year classes from 2005 and earlier. We shouldn't be hoping that the data are somehow going to indicate that these year classes are better than we think. We are now getting a pretty good estimate of both of these year classes, and I wouldn't anticipate them changing a whole lot in the near future. In particular, the 2012 year class is going to be critically important to our projections moving forward, and that's because it's still rapidly maturing. So this is the maturity schedule with age on the x-axis and the proportion of fish at that age that are mature. And in 2023, we estimate that 42% of the fish in the 2012 year class would be estimated to be mature as of this year. Looking forward 3 years, that should go up to 80% of that single year class. And so this increase in maturity of that year class is largely what's going to be driving or stabilizing our spawning biomass in the next several years. In effect, we are counting on these fish to continue maturing at the rate that we expect them to over the next 3 to 5 years. We'll move now into estimates of fishing intensity and other reference points. So this graphic shows you year on the x-axis and our estimate of fishing intensity, or how hard have we been fishing the stock, on the y-axis. So as you go higher up the graph, we're fishing harder. Lower on the graph, you're fishing not as hard.
Each of the black lines represents an estimate of fishing intensity from a previous stock assessment. You can see that all of these stock assessments agree that during that time period from the early 2000s to about 2010, we were fishing the stock as hard as we have in the last 30 years. Then following the reduced catch limits beginning around 2010, we rapidly brought the level of fishing intensity down. And since about 2015, the estimates have been quite variable, but definitely at a much, much lower level, more similar to the level of fishing intensity that we estimate for the mid-1990s, since that sharp decrease from 2010 to 2015. Each of the red dots on this graph indicates the projected fishing mortality from each of the stock assessments. So when we project forward, there's even greater uncertainty because we don't know exactly how much mortality is going to occur, but it gives us a sense of how variable those projections are, and it would certainly be an indicator if we were way off that those dots were consistently far above or far below the time series estimates from each of those stock assessments. And what we see is that those estimates vary up and down, but they all corroborate that overall reduction in fishing intensity to a much lower level in recent years. The green line at the end of that indicates the reference level of fishing intensity that was adopted by the Commission beginning in 2017 at an F46% reference level, and then elevated slightly to an F43 or a higher level of fishing intensity in 2021. Now, if we cover that with the results from this year's stock assessment, with the blue banding indicating the credible interval from this year's stock assessment and the dark blue line indicating our best point estimate from this year's stock assessment, you can see, one, that the trend is still the same trend we've been estimating over this whole time period, and that all of these previous assessments fall into the blue band, meaning that they're all very, very plausible given the results from this year's stock assessment. You can, however, see that we estimate a somewhat lower level of fishing intensity than some of the recent assessments. However, about half of the red dots at the end of that time series line up quite closely with the results from this year's stock assessment, particularly 2015, 16, 17, 19, and last year's stock assessment are all quite close. And those indicate to us that we have continued on a lower level of fishing intensity, with those last 4 years in particular, 2020 through 2023, being the lowest 4 years estimated in this time series. And for 2023 specifically in this year's stock assessment, we estimate that level of fishing intensity to be an F52%, meaning that it's reducing the relative spawning biomass per recruit to 52% of the level that we would expect in the absence of any fishing, which is in general a relatively modest level of fishing intensity for a groundfish species similar to Pacific halibut, and fairly consistent with management of species with similar life histories in other areas and other species in the North Pacific. I'll now move into our biomass reference points and trends. So we estimate our stock status reference points by comparing the estimate of biomass to the time series of biomass that would have occurred had we not been fishing on the stock. And so that's the black line indicated in this graphic here. This is the time series as if we hadn't been fishing on the stock over this same time period. You'll see a couple things right away. One, it's not constant. Even if we aren't fishing on the Pacific halibut stock, we would expect it to fluctuate up and down quite substantially. And in fact, over this time period, we saw from the mid-1990s through the early 2000s, we saw what would have been a 90% increase even if we hadn't been fishing on the stock. So this was in response to large recruitments moving into the stock and relatively good size at age still during that time period. The stock would have been increasing quite rapidly over that time period. Following that time period, even if we hadn't been fishing on the stock, we would estimate that the stock would have decreased by 65% from that peak in the late 1990s to 2024, even in the absence of fishing. And again, this was driven by reductions in weighted age, particularly early in that time period, and then low recruitment. And particularly that last drop from 2016 to 2024 is being driven almost completely by the the lower recruitments that we've observed from 2006 to 2011. And again, we understand that there may be an effect of fishing on recruitment, and that's actually been removed from our estimate here. So we allow for the fact that had we not been fishing, we might have seen slightly higher recruitments. But even accounting for that, we'd still estimate a large drop in the biomass over this time period. Importantly, we're allowing, by calculating our reference points in this way, we're allowing for natural or normal variability in the stock due to recruitment and size at age. If we had other factors going on, such as an oil spill or a disease outbreak, those would be things that we would not include here. We would not be wanting to be referencing our stock and changing our reference points in response to something like a catastrophic event. So that's an important distinction, is that we're tracking the biology of the stock and those pieces that we believe would be occurring in the absence of any fishing. Now, when we compare our actual estimate of spawning biomass over this same time period, of course, it's much lower than it would be in the absence of fishing. And the offset between these two curves is exactly the effect of fishing over this time period. We can look at a couple of points here. If we look at the peak in biomass, we can see that we estimate that we have reduced the stock from where it would have been to 57% of that level at the peak. And this is due to fishing. So those large yields that occurred in the late 1990s had the effect of reducing the biomass to 57% of what would have been there had we not been fishing on the stock. Now that effect of fishing gets much, much larger as we get to 2011. We estimate that the stock was reduced to only 30% of what would have been there had we not been fishing. But by the end of the time series, we're estimating that offset is only 42%. So even though the overall, in an absolute sense, the biomass is at a low level at the end of this time period, the effect of fishing has actually been reduced over the last decade. So to take the ratio and put that another way, now the blue line here shows you the ratio of those two quantities. And again, what I just described is that the effect of fishing was increasing over that time period from 1993 to 2011. And then since that period, since 2012, the effect of fishing has been decreasing. So our relative status has actually been improving since that time period, even though the biomass itself has remained low. So at the end of the time period, we estimate the current status to be at 42% of the unfished biomass level. Okay, to recap the results from the stock assessment modeling. The fishery CPUE definitely declined more than we expected from 2022 to 2023. And this was the most informative piece of data in terms of this year's stock assessment results. And it's corresponded to an 11% decrease in our estimate of last year's spawning biomass and a lower estimate this year than we had anticipated. The current spawning biomass trend, however, is estimated to be relatively flat. So even though we're estimating a lower scale this year, the trend is still estimated to be flat from 2022 to 2023. And this is largely attributed to continued maturity of that 2012 year class. We are at 42% of the unfished level at the beginning of 2024, so well above a level that would provide a conservation concern in a relative sense. We now understand much better than we have in recent years that both 2012 and 2014 year classes are better than the previous 6-year period, but definitely not large enough to provide for an appreciable stock or fishery increase at current biomass levels. So we are essentially in a holding pattern waiting for another recruitment for a change in the current stock trajectory. And although there is some evidence of these younger year classes coming along, it will be another 1 to 3 years at least until we have a good read on these 2017 to 2018 year classes. And so with that, the recommendation from this paper is just to note these results. And with that, I'll take questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Ian. So let me just note the time here. We're close to our scheduled lunch break. We could, I have a feeling there are going to be quite a number of questions and some discussion. So we can start that now, or we could just break now and then do questions after lunch. What's the will of the other commissioners?
John, it's Paul. I think I'd vote for breaking now, coming back.
Okay. I'm seeing some nodding heads. Dave, Ian, do you want to break for an hour or hour and 10 minutes, come back at our scheduled time?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd suggest we go back to schedule, so we come back at 1:30. I also note that we do have a public comment question session for all the agenda items once the commissioners have asked your questions. So it's just a reminder to stakeholders who are on the line, if they would like to ask a question, to please submit them through the comment box on the portal and indicate whether you'd like to speak to it or whether you'd like it to be read to the commission. And so with that, Chair, I'd suggest 1:30.
Okay, that sounds good to me. So we will reconvene then. Thanks, everybody.
The old technique, John, of suggesting you disconnect and reconnect.
How about now?
Yeah, now's good. We have you.
All right. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what went wrong. Okay. I am going to suggest I will start with some questions for Ian, and if other commissioners have a closely related follow-up and want to interject, we can do that. And otherwise, we can just proceed in turn once I run through my questions, if that sounds all right. So Ian, to start out here, I think this is something that will be of interest to a number of the stakeholders who are listening in. And you touched on this to some degree, but I'm wondering if you can elaborate a bit on what accounts for the difference between the modeled coast-wide 032 weight per unit effort, which decreased by about 3%, and the commercial fishery logbook weight per unit effort, which decreased by 10 and is projected to be more like 12 once the additional logbooks are added. So what accounts for that difference?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Kurland. I mean, there are many factors that can affect the commercial fishery that wouldn't necessarily be applicable to the survey. But I think perhaps the primary considerations this year are this transition that we've seen between year classes, where because the survey is operating on a grid of stations and is independent of the underlying abundance in its sampling density, and as well as we're modeling the catch rate, as Dr. Webster said, we're modeling the catch rate at all the stations. The fishery is specifically targeting aggregations, and so it's going to be much more sensitive, particularly in regulatory areas that have patchy distribution. It's going to be sensitive to the density in those patches and the distribution of those. And so we've seen in the last 2 years a transition from older to younger fish, and where the fishery has a strong incentive to target larger fish, even perhaps at a slightly lower catch rate, the survey is just sampling what's there. So I think there's some reasons that it's not necessarily a surprise that the fishery would see a slightly lower catch rate, particularly in areas where harvesters spent more time trying to target those older fish. That could definitely lead to a lower catch rate. However, that said, they are both legitimate data sources that we fit to in every year's stock assessment. And so what you're seeing in this year's results really is a compromise between the two data sets, recognizing that we don't necessarily know which one is giving us a clearer signal. Next year, we could see an increase in the fishery, or we could see a decrease in the survey. And so by definition, these models are splitting the difference between the two series. Sorry, I think we've lost you again.
Still nothing.
How about now?
Have you now?
That is very strange. My second question, Ian, is one we've talked about before, but again, I think it's something stakeholders will be interested in. How was the modeled coastwide weight per unit effort figure affected by the limited geographic scope of the 2023 FIS? In other words, can you describe the assumptions that the space-time model makes to account for areas where we lack recent survey data and how that plays out in the results you presented?
I can. Thanks for the question. So we, as you know, we had limited sampling in 2A, and we had no sampling in 4B, and we had limited sampling via the trawl survey in 4A and 4C, D, and E. So the FIS sampled directly across the core of the stock. In areas like 4C, D, and E, we're also making use of that information from the NOAA Fisheries Trawl Survey. In the other areas, the only information that's left to inform the modeled survey index is the temporal correlation that we estimate from the data. So we know from the years of data that we have that these areas can only change so fast. And so that's what's informing the confidence intervals in the areas that we didn't sample. Thankfully, we actually had good coverage over most of the range that has the vast majority of the biomass in the stock right now. So, for example, 4B with no coverage only represents a few percent of the overall coastwide biomass, approximately 6% in 2023. So we still have pretty good confidence overall that we are getting a good index of the overall stock, even if we're missing some of the parts on the outside. I guess the other component to the question, and perhaps getting back to your first question about how it compares to the commercial fishery, is that we can look closely at those areas where we had a very comprehensive survey and the fishery itself, and we see that those two trends at the coastwide level, the 3 and 12%, tend to hold up quite strongly, even when we zoom in on areas that had strong coverage on both. So I don't think that offset between the fishery and the survey is representative of the survey design. It's actually something that's going on between the two data sets rather than a function of just the missed survey stations.
Okay, and since you mentioned area 4B in particular, the credible intervals there are pretty wide, consistent with either a decrease or an increase in the stock distribution in that region. And the modeled results indicate a 4% increase. So since the long-term trend in 4B is pretty flat over the past 20 years, how should we view that modeled 4% increase?
I think you should view it with caution. It is increasingly poorly informed now with 2 years of no observation. I think that I would be skeptical of that. We have in previous years, when we've missed entire survey regions, we have gone back and compared, and the values that we've estimated have been inside the credible intervals when we've then subsequently collected data. So it suggests that variance range is reasonable, but as you point out, it is broad enough now that the trend, the true trend, could be either up or down in that area, and both of those would be consistent with the data that we have in hand.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I've got an analogous question for Area 2A, where the credible intervals are wide and the modeled results show a 10% increase. And if I'm not mistaken, the FISC this year included some sampling off Washington, but can you describe how the model uses that limited amount of new data to influence the trend for all of Area 2A?
I can. So we have, again, we have an estimate of the temporal correlation at each location. We also had better sampling we had sampling in 2A last year. So we have some information from the previous year. And then we sampled in 2023, although it was a small number of stations, the stations that we occupied in 2A are in the area that represent historically the highest catch rates. So the fact that we're seeing an increase in the 2A estimates suggests that at least in the area of highest density, there was an increase relative to previous years. So I think I would be much less skeptical of that result in 2A than I would be in 4B. In 2A, it's actually being informed by data that we collected this year.
Okay, I was going to ask if you were more confident, but less skeptical, I guess, kind of answers that question. Yeah. All right, and then my final question, at least for this round, is, and it may be that you're planning to get to this when we get to the hardest decision table later, but am I correct that we should still be viewing the stock assessment with a bit of caution due to several factors like overall low biomass, heavy reliance on a single year class with no comparable strong year class coming up, et cetera?
Yes, I will touch on some of that in the next presentation, but that's absolutely correct. We are still in a case where we're in somewhat unique circumstances relative to where we'd expect to be over the long term for this stock, with some additional points of concern.
Okay, very helpful. Thanks. Other commissioners?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, so along the same lines, so I guess the commercial fisheries in the United States have not fished 100% of their allocation. So there's two ways to look at that. One is they weren't able to fish it, or they chose not to fish it, or couldn't find I guess I'm trying to find out. The past couple of years, they haven't fished the whole allocation, and what's the reasons behind it? You mentioned one of them was, just the selectivity of the trying to find larger fish, so they spend more time in maybe not as productive areas to get a larger fish. I was just wondering, how does the economics of other fisheries impact the willingness for the commercial fishery to prosecute halibut? An example would be sablefish this year was, sablefish is pretty much in high abundance, and maybe there was a distraction for, the commercial fishermen to prosecute the sablefish first. So to get their allocations before the halibut, and maybe, bad weather came later on in the season, so they couldn't get the halibut. Or and as you know, the prices for sablefish dropped because of demand in Japan, and our fishery being so dependent on export. So things might change next year, where there might not be that kind of incentive to go for sablefish if the prices aren't right, and maybe more active participation in the halibut fishery. So how does the economics between these fisheries play into the overall catch limits of the commercial fishery from year to year?
Thanks for the question. I may not be able to answer all parts of this question adequately. I think you've touched on the biggest issues with regard to the sablefish fishery and the halibut fishery being linked, both by the season dates as well as by the participants. Many people participate in both fisheries. The sablefish quota has been going up for the last 5 years. It may be likely to go up again next year as well, although that's not certain yet. So there is certainly a strong relationship between the fishing activity there and the fact that those quotas have been large and the price for both species was down this year, made for challenging conditions, not only for our fishery independent setline survey, but for many harvesters, I think, in achieving the prices that they were looking for. I think the root of the beginning of your question was with regard to whether we should be viewing these not catching the quota as a potential point of concern, as in they couldn't catch the quota, so maybe they were too high. And that is certainly a consideration in fisheries. If a fishery is unable to catch its quota consistently over time, that can be a warning sign. I don't think that is necessarily what's indicated in the last few years, at least at a coastwide level, although there may be some areas. We do have, for example, 4B has been consistently below its quota. And I don't know, without looking in detail on a vessel by vessel basis, that one is less explainable due to market conditions and other things, perhaps, than some of the others. But I think that's a complex question. And so I would say the shortest answer is I'm not sure.
So I guess from my perspective as to being more conservative, setting lower catch limits when a fishery cannot catch the limits, is there, I don't know what the proper word would be, but a higher level of risk by maintaining the same catch limits, knowing that they're not going to catch the limits, or, so I'm not quite sure. Is there, when you say we should take a more conservative approach, maybe just if you adopted the status quo, would that already have some kind of built-in conservation because they're not catching their quota anyway?
I think perhaps I'll wait on the answer to that question until I can put the status quo in context with other projected harvest levels in the next presentation. And that might give a better sense of the likely outcome of the stock. But the setting a quota that the fishery can't achieve will mean by definition that the fishery will be working harder and the survey will be working harder to catch the same amount of fish. And so there is definitely a risk there in terms of efficiency. There's a risk of causing more effort to catch the same amount of fish.
Thank you.
Other questions? Neil?
Thanks, John. Apologies, I'm a few minutes late, so I hope I'm not re-asking questions that others have. Ian, I was really struck by some of the slides, I think in the mid-30s, where you were describing the sort of relative contributions of things like size of age or recruitment to the trend in the biomass without fishing. And it made me wonder, whether you have any sense of if we took, like, how much of the difference between now and good old days of like the early 2000s is explained by the change in weighted age. What would the biomass look like now if we had weighted age numbers like we did in that era? Do you have a sense of that? Because I think I heard you say that the later part of the decline was mostly through recruitment in more recent years, but the earlier part had more to do with weighted age. I appreciate you might not be able to answer that question now without some sort of scanning of data, but just curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, those are the two primary factors driving the halibut stock are weighted age and recruitment, and followed by fishing, and actually in that order. I think you'd have to go back farther than the late 1990s or early 2000s to see the biggest effect of weighted age. But on the larger fish, on a 14 to 16-year-old fish, we're looking at more than a 50% reduction in size at age. So that means that the same number of fish would be producing less than half as much yield. So that's a huge effect. Our SRB a few years ago actually had us do that analysis where we held weighted age constant and allowed recruitment to vary, and held recruitment constant and allowed weighted age to vary, and created some time series to look at the sort of proportional contribution of those two things. And they're both very large. As I noted on that one slide, from the early 2000s until now, we would have seen a 65% reduction in biomass, even if we hadn't been fishing. So I think that gives you a pretty good indication of just how important those two factors are.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then the other question I had was, do we know? We always see the survey results from, I can't remember the exact year, but it's like the beginning of the 90s. Your slides about the big year classes got me thinking, how much do we know about the instances of large year classes before the 1987 year class? Do we have a good sense of when there were other classes like that?
Yes, thanks for the question. So we do actually provide in the extended assessment document, we document the results from the two models that go back fully through the longer time series. Those documents aren't complete yet for this year, so it's nothing that you've missed. They'll be available in time for the annual meeting. But so two of our stock assessment models do reconstruct the full time series back into the late 1800s. And interestingly enough, we don't see evidence of very strong single large year classes historically. There appears to have been more consistency and not so much punctuated large recruitments over the 100-year history of the stock. The 1987 year class, there were a number of other good year classes in the 1980s, but the 1987 year class was far and away bigger than anything we had seen up until that time. And that really leads our understanding that the biomass that we saw in the early 2000s is probably not typical of this stock in the long term. It was supported by a series of recruitments that we don't see any evidence for anywhere else in the time series. It really does appear that period in the late 90s and early 2000s was a historically productive period for the Pacific halibut stock. And I believe that the authors at the time who were analyzing that biomass said similar things as the stock reached those levels in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Okay, thank you.
John, I have a question.
Go ahead, Bob.
So Ian, I have three short questions on beginning with slide 8. I don't know if you could go to that. Slide 8. So with regards to area 4C and D, in the annual when we get to the annual meeting, can you break out what percent of 4D and 4C quotas are actually coming from the St. Matthew area?
Yes, we can definitely dig a little deeper and look at the contribution of St. Matthew. As you know, St. Matthew is an area that historically wasn't fished very heavily. And then in the mid 2000 teens, I think between 16, 17, and 18, we saw a pretty sharp increase in catches coming from around St. Matthew, and they've stayed pretty high. But honestly, we haven't looked at the detail from this year to see how that pattern is held up through 2023.
Yeah, I think it seems to be driven by whale predation. I just was wondering if we could get a little resolution on that at the annual meeting.
Yeah, I think we could do that.
And then on slide 15, So the question I have here is when we talk about a harvest limit of 1 or 0.75 in region 3 and to the west, is that what we're looking at on the left-hand axis? Or am I mixing things up?
Not exactly. So this is a totally different calculation. This is not using anything to do with the stock assessment. This is just taking the mortality and dividing by the survey index. And the units, I've standardized this to be a value of 1 at the end of the time series, but that's a completely arbitrary choice. You could just remove the units on the left-hand side of this plot and it would tell you the same thing.
Okay, when you said the 1 before, that kind of, I wasn't sure what I was looking at. So, and then slide 18. I think it's the one, maybe try 17. It's the one with, yeah, these bars. So the question I had on this is, did something change in the NOAA trawl survey in 2006? Are all of this time frame measurable? Did they include the northern Bering Sea? Or I'm just wondering if these bars are so higher than everything before 2005, I would anticipate some really good sign of fish, but that's not necessarily what we're seeing. So I'm just wondering if they're comparable.
Yes. So these results are derived using the same methods that are standard for analyzing that survey across other species. It's not a model-based estimator, and so it's not including the northern Bering Sea. We have similar plots that we'll produce for the northern Bering Sea, but it is just looking at the stations that have been historically occupied in the eastern Bering Sea. So there is this is a comparable time series, and I think you're quite right. There does appear to have been some sort of a shift toward higher abundance of small halibut, particularly in the Bering Sea in the 2000s, and we don't know whether this is reflective of more young halibut in that area relative to the rest of the coast, or shifts in distribution. It's quite hard to tell. I do know that one point in 2006 with the very wide variance on it, that's created because much of the catch of halibut in that year was just from 1 or 2 stations. There were very, very atypical catches in that year. And in fact, when we look at the age data from that year, those fish were 2 years old, and then there were almost no 3-year-olds the following year. And that's likely a sampling artifact. But otherwise, this is a standard analysis of these data as would be done for many other species in the Bering Sea.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, thanks, John. I have a couple of questions for Dr. Stewart. Can you go back to slide 9? So, coastwide survey down 3%, coastwide commercial down 12% after you project what logbooks might show us at the end. I guess I don't recall seeing such a spread between the two in the past, so maybe I'm wrong about that. But it does seem like a pretty large spread, and I wonder and you did touch it on your answer before, Ian, but I just wondered if you had anything more to say about. First off, am I right that that's a pretty large discrepancy between the two? But it's fun going back and looking at this historical comparisons.
Yeah, it is, and I've certainly flagged this as something to notice in this year's data. There are some other years where the two series do different things. So 2015 to 2016, it's a little hard to see, but the survey actually goes up and the fishery goes down in that year. So on a year-to-year basis, it's not atypical that we see a different trend. As you can see, just sort of standing back, the overall trend is quite similar from higher biomass, higher catch rates in the late 90s through about 2010. And then if anything, the survey has actually declined a little bit more over the decade from 2010 to 2020 than the fishery did. So it's not atypical to see some year-to-year differences, but I would say that the fishery declined to a greater degree last year than the survey, and then again this year. So and that's why I've highlighted that. And I guess I don't have a clear reason why that would necessarily be the case. And so again, the stock assessment models are using both of these sources of data and essentially coming to a compromise between the two sources of information. Perhaps not quite as extreme as the commercial trend, but definitely being informed by the commercial trend and going down more than we would estimate if we only had the survey data.
Right. Yeah. So the trends overall do look quite similar downwards. I guess, like you said, the coastwide survey looks like it's down almost 2/3, and the commercial is down by just over 50%, I guess, but they're pretty similar. I want to confirm your answer to Neil when he asked about going back to, earlier than the 1987. What I think I heard you say was you don't see, going back into the history, you don't see one particularly large recruitment event running through the fishery for over a period of time like we have recently. And instead, you went back into those previous timeframes, you'd see some more recruitment across a number of year classes contributing to the biomass. And so to me, that if I'm capturing that accurately, that seems to be a pretty big change to go from having one, recruitment event spreading out through multiple years through the fishery to having multiple recruitments being in the fishery and providing, I would say, some stability. Seems to be quite a change if I captured what you said correctly.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was struggling to hear a little bit there, but yes, there does appear to have been a pretty big change from smaller but more consistent recruitment throughout much of the 100-year period to definitely larger recruitments in the 1980s, punctuated by the 87-year class, which was the largest in the time series, and then back to lower levels after that. However, this period from 2006 to 2011 is definitely one of the lowest periods. We have to go back all the way to the 1960s to find another period of 6 low years of that small magnitude of recruitment. So this stock is definitely not one that is characterized by consistency over the last 50 or 60 years. It is definitely ups and downs of recruitment. And that does appear correlated to environmental conditions.
All right, thank you.
Peter, go ahead.
Thanks, John. So actually looking at this for the fishery trends and the commercial fishery trends versus the coastwide survey. So you've determined, or the model says that there was actually an 11% decrease in the 2023 spawning biomass. And that's considering both of these things the way they are. So would I be correct in assuming that if, say, the survey came in at, minus 12%, we would have been looking at even a smaller spawning biomass?
Thanks for the question. So I'll paraphrase just to make sure I'm getting the gist of your question right. Would be that are each of these things sort of additive to the assessment results, or are they overlapping to some degree, and how would one or the other affect the results? As we added the data to this year's stock assessment, we track really closely what is and isn't changing the trend information. And I would say that all of the other information in the model the age structure from both the survey and the fishery, the trend from the survey, updating the mortality sources, all of the other information that goes in was all consistent with a slightly flatter trend. The one piece of information that was indicating a steeper downward trend was the commercial data. And that doesn't necessarily call it into question. It just suggests that the other data that we have were consistent with either solution. So to get back to your question, I think that if the survey had gone down similarly to the fishery, we might have actually seen a pretty similar result out of this year's assessment, because we're already we're picking that up from the fishery already, and the other data appear to be consistent with either estimate.
Okay, so the spawning biomass would have been similar. It wouldn't have been as affected with the fish going down because it was captured by this commercial fishery going down.
Yes, I mean, I haven't done the analysis, so I can't tell you exactly the percent change, but I think that if the survey had been down slightly more, we may have just fit the rest of the data similarly and not necessarily gotten a much stronger downward trend.
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is just how precautious we should be when we're looking at these results. And maybe we should be eyeing on more of a side of caution while these results are somewhat divergent, that's all. And so, yeah, okay. Okay, thanks for that.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, if not, we are at a public comment and question period on the agenda. And Dave, I'll check in with you, but I guess my thought was to ask for comments first on the agenda item 3 topics, and then 4, and then 5, just so we're not mixing things up with the questions. Does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just quickly looking. We have a number of observers or stakeholders who would like to raise questions. I'm just checking the agenda numbers. We don't have any questions on agenda item 3. We have a couple on agenda item 4.2, but they relate more broadly to agenda item 5. And so if it's okay, Chair, we might simply put those up because we do receive them in writing, but then also we have attendees who want to speak to their point.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds fine.
Wonderful. All right, let's do that, team. If you could put the presentation up. And I believe the first speaker is Linda Benkin from the Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. So once the question is up, Linda, and you've been given the mic, feel free to go ahead. Just takes a moment to transfer the PowerPoint.
Can you hear me? This is Linda Benkin.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, great. Sorry, I wasn't quite sure of the process here. I did have 3 topics I wanted to touch on. They're all related to the survey or the commercial catch rates. And the one I wrote in is one of the 3, but I guess I will try to be really concise and run through the 3 of them. The first has to do with the commercial catch rates. As we heard from Ian, that CPUA data is very important. And this year it's showing some divergent or a significantly more steep drop than we're seeing in the survey data. I just want to emphasize how important that data is to get from the fleet, and to remind the commissioners that historically The IPHC has applied for cost recovery funding from the US government, use that to help pay for the port samplers, and those port samplers have collected both halibut and sablefish commercial catch rate data. Since they're on the boat, it's not a whole lot more time for them to take that data out of logbooks when they're visiting a boat, and that has been, to my mind, a symbiotic relationship that has really helped provide that same important catch rate data for the sablefish survey. That process stopped this year. I'm disappointed to see that, and I would like to encourage the commissioners to reconsider that. There's a lot of good reason for collaboration between these two bodies and management agencies, and a lot of opportunity to strengthen that relationship by collecting this data and making it available using funding provided from NOAA to gather the data for both. So wanted to raise that and urge your reconsideration of that decision. Relative to the FIS, and this, it gets to the point that is in writing on the screen in front of you. If I am reading the numbers correctly online from the survey data, of the 730,000 pounds taken in the survey, over half was taken in 2C, 6% of the total mortality, which also pushed the 2C total mortality over 100% to 101%. We're pretty concerned that that's a high level of removals from this one small area. Would like to be assured that this is not something we're going to see year on and year out, that this is a one-time thing because of this debate comparison or some other reason. So we just wanted to make sure the commissioners were aware of that, what we consider excessive harvest from the survey in Area 2C, and maybe some discussion of why that occurred and some reassurance that it won't reoccur in the future. And then finally, I would like to ask directly that the commissioners work with IPHC staff to request funds for the 2024 survey to be comprehensive, to have the full footprint that's needed for a good stock assessment, both in the Gulf, the Bering Sea, and off of Canada, Washington, Oregon, and California. And that request be made to both countries, both contracting parties, Canada and the US. The survey is incredibly important to our management of this resource, particularly in the face of climate change and increased unpredictable changes in the ocean and in fisheries. It's fundamental to our bycatch management in the US and the Bering Sea, and important for our directed fisheries as well. So would ask that commissioners from the US and from Canada work with the IPH staff to make those requests to both contracting parties. Thanks, I'll end there, but happy to answer questions on any of those topics.
Okay, thanks, Linda. Dave, were you going to field any Secretariat responses on any of those items?
Sure. Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Linda, for the questions. I'll address the one on the screen at the moment, just because it's on the screen. And so the team members have just been gathering a few sort of number fact checking. And so first I'll pass to Kayla to provide the numbers that the survey took in 2C first.
Yes, thank you. So for referring to paper 8, for the Fishery Independent Setline Survey in 2C, there was 152,394 pounds of the total coastwide 512,491 pounds coming from Area 2C.
And Basha, can you just quickly verify the total mortality percentage?
Yes, so if we compare that with the directed commercial fishery landings in pounds for 2C, that's 3,092,000 pounds. So this would bring the FIS as about 5% of that commercial catch value.
And then in terms of the actual design, so the reason that we sampled in area 2C, and those numbers are wrong on the screen for IM, should be IM98 and then IM099, is where the commission determines the final design and footprint of the survey, which included 2C. And as you'll hear later this afternoon, we do try and rotate those areas as much as possible while targeting that revenue neutrality approach, but also trying to gather as much information as we can, useful information for the FIS index and the stock assessment. Ray, I don't know, is there anything you would be able to contribute there just in terms of why we included 2C as the charter areas last year in the design that was proposed for commission adoption versus others?
So last year we were targeting all charter regions in the core of the stock to be except for Australia and Georgia, out to 3B with a randomized design. But then in the process of optimizing the design for cost, we added stations. So that would have targeted about 55% of the stations in 2C and the other areas. But in the process of optimizing for cost, we increased the number of stations sampled in revenue positive areas. And I can't recall, we did 100% of stations in 2C. Yeah, okay. So we did 100% of stations in 2C and I think parts of 2B as well. And so that was to achieve revenue neutrality. I don't know if anyone else has any other.
So that's all we have in response to that question, Chair. Is there anything else we could potentially add from a commissioner's perspective?
I don't think so. I'll just acknowledge Linda's comment asking that we explore opportunities for the contracting parties to help with subsidizing the survey, and that's something commissioners will need to discuss, of course, but just wanted to acknowledge the comment.
Thanks, Chair. And just to the sablefish comment, and just to clarify, those logbooks are still being collected. Our port staff are still taking all IPHC logs that they encounter. That collection has not stopped. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, and on that point, one other factor was in just to explain a little bit the Commission's thinking in not collecting the logbook data for sablefish. It's just recognizing that the Commission's mandate is really out of it. So point taken, Linda, about there being some efficiencies perhaps of including the sablefish data at the same time. I know the Alaska Fishery Science Center is looking into options for perhaps contracting directly with the Secretariat to do that, versus having it work through the Secretariat's cost recovery grant.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wonder if I could just follow up on the question that's on the screen. It sounds like my numbers were a bit off, and I apologize for that, but it's still, based on the numbers that the Secretariat just provided, it still sounds as if 40% of the FIS removals were in 2C, which has 15% of the biomass, which still seems a bit disproportionate. And I, won't belabor it anymore, but I guess at some point I'd like to follow up on that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And so just to clarify, it's just been advised, so it's 29.7%, sorry, just getting numbers in real time, of the total FIS landings was taken from 2C in 2023. So maybe that's just something we can work with Linda on, and I think as we look at the design for 2024 later today and potentially tomorrow, we can discuss that kind of distribution in terms of the potential FIS removals from each regulatory area versus the coastwide. footprint that you decide upon.
Okay, proceed to our next commenter.
The next is from Peggy. Can we give Peggy the microphone, please? Can you hear us at all, Peggy? See, Peggy's microphone is not activated yet. Just bear with us. I'm going to get the team to work with Peggy to get her microphone activated. And in the meantime, if we can just jump to the next question, and then we'll come straight back. There's only one more speaker that we have in the train. So, Chair, the next is from Brian DeForn. So, Brian, can we please activate your microphone, and if you could test? Sorry, just bear with us. A few technical issues.
I think they've given you permission to use it.
Yeah, it shows up as gray, but I think both of them want.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Brian.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to offer a little perspective on what I've seen in Area 4B, which turns out is similar to what I saw in Area 4A. I tend to set over the same sets from the year prior, so it is charter-like in that I am setting over the same ground and in a very similar time of year. 2022, I set in one area. 2023, I set in the same area, and I saw roughly 3/4 of the weight to 2/3 of the weight that I saw the year prior. Area 4A, I've fished in roughly the same spot for 15 years, and over the last 3 years, I've seen very steady decline, similar to what I saw in 4B over the last 3 years. Notably, in Area 4A, fish just weren't really showing up shallow, which means kind of some of the issues people have had in Area 4D. You have to go into deeper water where whales can be a bigger issue. So I guess I'm kind of rambling, but just in lieu of not having a lot of survey data out there, I wanted to tell you that in my own experience, it has been a struggle lately, and I know I'm not alone. I have several other boats that I talk with regularly who have had similar experiences. If anyone has any questions, go ahead.
Thanks for sharing the observations, Brian.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go back. Let's try Peggy again. Can we get Peggy's microphone activated, please? There we go. Peggy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I really wanted to thank everyone, but Ian especially, for his usual excellent presentation. I guess not excellent enough not to trigger questions from me, but these are just curiosities I had as you went through the presentation, Ian. Going to slide 7, and I'm not sure the best way to do this. I have questions on slide 7 and a separate question on slides 17 and 18. So we just go one at a time?
Yeah, that'll work, Peggy. Sure.
Great. Thanks, Dave. When Ian referred to a bit of a break in the series that shows from 2020 on, we've not realized the TCE levels that we've adopted. I was wondering if there's any evidence that this little break is recognized in the overall stock assessment in some other way than looking at the total assessment, which has gone down. I guess I was just looking for something positive in us not realizing the TCEY for that time period.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think, to paraphrase, if we haven't taken as much as we thought, how come we're not seeing a response in the stock? And
exactly.
Yeah, the answer is that the overall productivity of the stock has been low and lower to the degree that we're just not seeing the response. We're not saving enough fish on a year-to-year basis in coming in below the TCEY levels to see an appreciable change in the overall stock. Put another way, the factors that are driving the stock right now are primarily not fishing. We've actually been reducing the effect of fishing for almost a decade. But what we need to have happen is to have more productivity from either size at age, recruitment, or both if we want to see a real change in the stock dynamics.
Thanks, Ian. That helps a lot. Moving on to the second one, slide 17 and 18 shows the difference between what the survey showed. Well, actually, it really doesn't show the difference between what the survey showed of the strength of the year classes, which we know, for instance, 2005 was very high, but this chart shows that it's low in comparison to 1987 and even 2012. So I'm wondering, and even 1987 we know was a huge year class, and it doesn't show up in that chart. So my question is not why it doesn't show up, but makes me wonder if 3A is such a nursery area. I mean, it is from what I understand. Have we seen NIMS survey results for small halibut, undersized halibut from the Gulf of Alaska? And would that be helpful to inform our stock assessment portions that look at long time periods?
Yeah, excellent question. In fact, we have summarized the Northern Bering Sea, the Eastern Bering Sea, and the Gulf of Alaska. We do see some evidence of these same recent year classes in the Gulf of Alaska. But if anything, we see an even bigger disconnect between the trends in the Gulf of Alaska and the overall coast-wide recruitments that we ultimately realize in the Pacific halibut stock. I guess it's a bit speculative, but it appears that the Gulf is a more difficult place to sample young halibut. And there's a lot more untrawlable ground, and there just seems to be a bigger disconnect between what we see in the Gulf trawl survey and subsequent strong year classes in the Pacific halibut stock. That said, you've noted a pretty important disconnect in the Bering Sea as well, which is that we see evidence of strong year classes, but the actual magnitude of those year classes is not well predicted by the trawl survey. As you noted, the 1987 year class looked fairly small in Bering Sea and turned out to be great. And the 2005 year class looked great in the Bering Sea and turned out to be okay. And I've spent a decade looking at that and not been able to come up with a good explanation for why those don't correlate better to the coast-wide stock, other than we're relying on recruitment from a very broad geographic area to create a good coast-wide recruitment. And it's not well represented in any one of these single surveys.
Yeah, well said. Thank you. That makes sense, and it makes me feel a little better. My last message is more of a comment than a question. And just Linda touched on this, well, very, very broadly and in detail. And I just really want to second her notion of how important it is for the commissioners to seek supplemental funding so that IPHC can maintain, the Secretariat can maintain its high level of data gathering and research. So just let me put on the record my support for all 6 commissioners to go to each of the countries and secure that supplemental funding.
Point noted, Peggy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. That's all the questions that we have received and requests for the microphone.
Okay, very good. Are we ready to move on then to the MSE presentation?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So we'll move on to agenda item 6 and particularly 6.1, and this relates to paper 11. And Dr. Hicks will provide the presentation. Over to you, Alan.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you, everybody. And we'll take you through this progress on the MSE and the harvest strategy policy in this presentation. I want to start off quick with a review of MSE and harvest strategy policy. First, management strategy evaluation, or MSE. What is it? It's a process to evaluate harvest strategies and develop a management procedure. And a key part of this is developing a management procedure that's robust to uncertainty and meets defined objectives. So there's different aspects of MSE, as you can see on the figure there, including defining these objectives, defining management procedures, doing a lot of simulation, and then putting that into practice or applying it in a harvest strategy policy context. So that's obviously, well, one use of an MSE is obviously that you can evaluate many different elements of management procedures. And we've been doing that at the Commission for quite some time. A great example is the evaluation of size limits that was done and presented at IM099. But we've also investigated fishing intensity, SPR, and there's currently a reference SPR supported by MSE work. That's the 43% we've been using in the interim management procedure. And we've also been investigating assessment frequency. How should we do an annual assessment, or can we use some empirical rule in between full assessments, for example? But there's other uses of MSE, such as assisting in the development of the harvest strategy policy. In other words, it supports the harvest strategy policy. It can be also used to meet requirements of certification agencies. Often the Marine Stewardship Council requires MSE work to be done to verify that different harvest strategies are that meet their requirements for certification. And we can use MSE to examine monitoring strategies such as the FIST designs. That's something the SRB has recommended. And then finally, to just examine different scenarios. There's been some questions about the effects of weighted age and recruitment on the stock. And we can use MSE to examine how those aspects, say if it's consistently high weighted age, would result in the future of the stock under a consistent management procedure. So there's a lot of uses for MSE, and we've been doing a little bit of all of these at the Commission. So what is a harvest strategy policy then? Well, a harvest strategy policy is a framework for applying a consistent, transparent, science-based approach to setting mortality limits while ensuring sustainability. And really, I think about a harvest strategy policy as a document that outlines this process, this framework. And so it has in that document policy and process for setting the mortality limits, the different objectives that we've been working on through the MSAB and with the Commission, reference points, a lot about risk, rebuilding strategies if it was a case that we needed to rebuild the stock, and joint management. But really, it's a place for validation of the harvest strategy as well. And that's where the MSE comes in is it validates the harvest strategy and that it meets all of these different standards in this harvest strategy policy. So related to this harvest strategy policy framework, the SRB has a very important recommendation for the commission to consider, and that's outlined here. The key aspect of this is to split this out, this harvest policy, into two elements, which we've done at the commission, but and that's the coast-wide TCY part of it, as well as the distributing the TCY part of it. But what the SRB is recommending is separating these and concentrating more on the coast-wide aspect in the formal management procedure and keeping the distribution of the TCY as a negotiated process independently. And this has been used in many different agencies different RFMOs, especially in the tuna world, as well as the management of, say, Alaska sablefish and other places. And so it's something that I think we could do here at the IPHC to advance our harvest strategy policy. So I want to give an example of what this really means. This is a graphic that we've been using over a number of years. We came up with during an MSAB meeting, and it sort of outlines that framework, that process of determining the mortality limits, the actual regulatory area mortality limits that are decided on at the annual meeting. And just to walk you through this briefly, we have the coast-wide scale on the left, which gets fed by a coast-wide assessment, which has just been presented by Dr. Stewart. We have in blue fishing intensity, a reference fishing intensity, and say a control rule that determines the total mortality, split out into a coast-wide TCY in that green box. And then that coast-wide TCY is then distributed among the regulatory areas through this distribution procedure step. And then that's all fed into the decision-making process at the annual meeting. So what is the SRB saying, and how does that differ from this framework? Well, besides the colors being matching our new website for IPHC, what you can notice here is we can move that decision-making process to include the TCY distribution step and separate that from the coast-wide scale, whereas now the management procedure is really just the coast-wide scale, where you have that transparent process for determining the coast-wide scale, and the distribution of the TCY is more of the negotiated process. And so now the TCY distribution is really a part of that annual meeting and part of that decision-making process. So what would that mean for this distribution procedure? Well, as I said, as part of that decision-making process, it's easy to separate out, but it would still be part of the policy and the strategy. So it would be included in the harvest strategy policy as part of this entire framework. Now, what we would really be helpful in this process, though, is to maybe define some sort of reference distribution procedure that can be applied. And this would be helpful to inform the commission, say, through a mortality table and show the individual sectors where mortality would be distributed among areas as well as within the sectors within those areas. It wouldn't necessarily be the final determination, but it could be useful as a reference to start the negotiation process. And does this affect the MSE, the ability to do the MSE? I don't think it does affect it, because we can still incorporate that negotiation process or that distribution procedure process as a decision-making step. And so we've already been doing that within the MSE framework. Is we have decision-making uncertainty, and this would just be a part of that uncertainty. And we can still examine this against, say, an objective to conserve spatial population structure, which is a secondary objective we currently do have in the MSE process. So I think this is doable, and it's really a step towards adopting a harvest strategy policy at the commission. So I wanted to briefly touch on the objectives and performance metrics, which is part of this harvest strategy policy document. outlining the objectives of management. I'm not going to go through these. These are objectives that have been discussed at past commission meetings, that have been endorsed. But what I do want to note is the SRB had another recommendation that the commission potentially reevaluate what they called the target objective, which is objective B up there. Noting that the stock is currently above this B36%. So if you note this objective of maintaining the spawning stock biomass above B36% at least 50% of the time, well, the stock is currently above that level, yet the SRB noted that there were some harvest rate reductions from this interim harvest policy, which meets these objectives, and thus these ad hoc adjustments could be limiting the value of the MSC process. So they're really saying, is this the proper objective? Objective B up there. And so I want to walk through some potential thoughts on this recommendation from the SRB. One thought we've been having is, would it be useful to potentially replace objective B, or this target objective, or this objective related to B36% with a new objective? And I'll walk you through the thought process on this. So using 2022 stock assessment results, and I really want to highlight that these are not the ones that Dr. Stewart just presented. This is last year's stock assessment results that were used in that decision made at IM099. And what the state was then from that stock assessment, the relative spawning biomass was above 36% at 42%. And the productivity in that stock assessment was updated to be more consistent with data. This is the natural mortality estimation that occurred then. And the results of that stock assessment were, with the reference fishing intensity, the TCY would have been 52.3 million pounds. And that was the good news. The opposite news, or the downside to that, was that we saw declines in the coastwide survey index as well as in the commercial CPUE index as well. And so it seemed to be something that maybe indicated maybe we should be, or the commission should be, proceeding with caution. And so they did, and they didn't set TCY at 52 million pounds, but instead just below 40 million pounds. So the SRB saw this and was thinking, well, why was that decision made? And one thing we thought here at the Secretariat was, well, did we really update do we really have a new understanding of the ability to manage the Pacific halibut stock? Would the MSC, given this update in the stock assessment, show us different results from the MSC and tell us to manage with, say, a different fishing intensity other than 43%? So what we decided to do was, using the past operating model, which here is called the 2022 operating model, compare that to this new updated operating model that's more consistent with the recent stock assessment. And using an SPR of 43% for both of these columns, we look at the different performance metrics related to the objectives. What I want to show you first is the short-term objectives related to the median average TCY and the variability in the TCY, is both of these operating models show very similar results. So the summary there is, the operating model didn't change the advice on the reference SPR when it's been updated to match the current assessment. If we look at, say, up top there, the long-term objective of maintaining the spawning biomass above 36%, you see this new view of productivity has made it a little bit lower of a risk of falling below 36%. So there's a slight change in the operating model there. And what we added at the bottom is potentially an additional performance metric, and that is looking at the spawning biomass over 2026 to 2035. That's what is defined as the short term. And what's the chance or the probability that that spawning biomass is less than the spawning biomass observed in 2023? And what you can see, there's a difference there. It's higher chance of the spawning biomass in the next 4 to 14 years being less than what it is currently. And really the reason for that higher chance in the 2023 OM was the update of the new data that was put into that 2023 OM. So really to summarize this slide, the advice from both of these operating models before the updated assessment last year and after the updated assessment are somewhat consistent, at least in the levels of TCY that would come out from the reference fishing mortality. So we haven't really updated the difference, that the MSE is not a big change to what would have say been decided even 4 or 5 years ago. So our thought on this is, okay, well, there's not this big update to the MSE. There was a change to the stock assessment. The stock status from the stock assessment seems to be good. It's the reference level of the 43% is suggesting a TCY around 50 million pounds, at least last year. And it's all consistent with the objectives that the commission has currently endorsed. So should we maybe consider a new or replacement objective for this B36%? Well, our thought is if low catch rates in the WPUE from the survey and the fishery are a concern, it may be prudent to consider an absolute biomass objective. And say, finding a biomass that's relative to something we have seen it currently or in the past. This could potentially replace the B36% objective or be an additional objective, fifth objective. And we could introduce into a management procedure different elements to meet this objective specifically, sort of like a control works on stock status. But if the spawning biomass is below some threshold, then maybe fishing intensity is reduced, which is effectively what the commission decided to do last year. And really, you know, this may be a good topic for the MSAB to consider at a future meeting. So those are some thoughts on the objectives and related to what the SRB thought about this B36% objective, or what they called a target objective. So getting back to the harvest strategy policy document, what is really necessary from the MSE to complete this document? Well, I think there's some, one, we should focus on the coast-wide TCY and incorporate uncertainty into the TCY distribution process, in the MSE process, that is. And with that, we can really focus on multi-year assessments and also examining alternative reference fishing intensities, or the SPR level, and looking across the wide range of those against the set of objectives that are important to the commission. The Secretariat still has some work to do with the MSAB and the SRB related to exceptional circumstances, and I'll provide an update on where we're at with that shortly. And then potentially work with the MSAB and the SRB on this new objective related to absolute spawning biomass. And then there's some other additional management procedure elements that the MSAB has identified, such as constraints, smoothers, and even specific distribution procedures if the commission is interested. So there's a few more tasks, and I'll summarize at the end some prioritization of these tasks. But I would say overall, we're pretty close to having a complete harvest strategy policy document. So what would this mean, examining a management procedure for the harvest strategy policy document? Well, currently we have an interim management procedure, and we could write that into a harvest strategy policy. And that's the reference SPR 43%, accounting for mortality of all sizes and from all sources, and an annual stock assessment with the decision tables that are produced, and Dr. Stewart will present shortly. But there, with these couple other things to investigate, such as the frequency of the stock assessment and the SPR levels, basically it would be a table that looks something like this, with 3 different assessment frequencies and different SPR values, comparing those to the objectives, and then making a decision on which basically cell would go into the harvest strategy policy. Currently, we're in that annual column in a F40 or an SPR 43%. So the SRB and the MSAB the Secretariat discussed with them some concepts on exceptional circumstances, and we've identified a number of bullet points that are important to consider related to exceptional circumstances. And I believe the MSAB and the SRB are all in agreement on these. Things like it really is defined as an event beyond the expectations of the MSE evaluation. That's really important, that the evaluation of the MSE and the uncertainty of the MSE is used in the definition of exceptional circumstances. It defines specific actions, and the SRB has helped define some of those actions. There's a link here to some of their paragraphs. It should be evaluated annually by comparing observations to MSE outputs. And there really needs to be a persistence of this for an exceptional circumstance to be declared. It really can't be a one-off. That might be an outlier, say, for example. So some possibilities on the definition of an exceptional circumstances are using coast-wide all sizes FIS observations, those that are simulated from the MSE as well as what's actually observed on the water in that year, that it occurs for at least 2 years or more. Or it could be a new understanding or perception of the stock. Say if we get some sort of new data source on maturity or something is completely different than what we've been using in the past, maybe that's something that then defines an action of an exceptional circumstance. And so what are those actions? Well, the action of an exceptional circumstance is we need to go back and really examine the MSE results and make sure they're consistent with the current knowledge and the outcomes of those are useful for management of Pacific element. So we definitely consult with the SRB and the MSAB, maybe conduct new MSE simulations, update the operating model, and other things like that. So we've been working on some real clear definitions as well as clear actions, and those are outlined in the document associated with this presentation and will be presented in more detail at the annual meeting. So what are some additional MSE tasks other than just supporting, this harvest strategy policy document and the management procedure that would go into that? Well, I mentioned earlier that the MSE can be used to examine monitoring strategies such as changes in the FIS design. And that's a big topic right now. And we can use the MSE to examine some potential changes in the FIS design and what the effect of those on management outcomes would be. This is actually 2 recommendations from the SRB that relate to this concept of using the management strategy to evaluate those changes in the FIS design. I won't read them, but just wanted to let you know that the SRB finds this as a potential use of management strategy evaluation as well. So to summarize, what are some management procedures to evaluate? Really the key aspect of management strategy evaluation. And we've identified some priority management procedures, those of the stock assessment frequency, the fishing intensity, and these are both related to coast-wide scale or the determination of the coast-wide TCY. But we also prioritize some examination of FIS design scenarios based on the recommendations from the SRB. Some secondary priority management procedures would be like constraints on the coast-wide TCY, say putting a maximum change of 15% from year to year, or smoothing stock distribution if a reference stock distribution was to be defined. And then additionally, there's other management procedures that we're always interested in examining, such as any sort of elements related to maintaining the spawning biomass, the absolute spawning biomass above some absolute threshold. And then we can also use the MSE to examine distribution procedures if that is of interest to the commission. So in summary, I just want to remind the commission that there is access to an MSE framework that can now do a reasonably quick analysis. So we have a 2023 operating model in place. We have a simulation framework in place, and we have the computing abilities to do somewhat quick analysis. relative to MSE. It's not overnight, but it's still pretty quick. The commission may want to consider this fishing objective related to an absolute spawning biomass, or at least take note of the SRB recommendation to re-examine the target spawning biomass objective. I think the commission is very close to having a harvest strategy policy document that could be adopted at the 100th annual meeting or earlier. And we could adopt one with the current interim harvest strategy, or at least adopt some interim harvest strategy policy document as soon as that. With a little bit more MSE work, I think the commission will be in place to adopt a formal harvest strategy policy at the 101st annual meeting, which will occur in 2025, with work being done in 2024. And then, of course, the additional evaluations of the fifth survey designs may be helpful to the commission as well to see what the management outcomes might occur. So we've listed a number of potential recommendations that the commission may want to consider. I'll just summarize them briefly instead of read them. They're also in the document, but this relates to some notes, and then working on a new coast-wide objective, potentially with the MSAB and the SRB. Noting that these following decisions are necessary for the adoption of a harvest strategy policy at AM101, so not necessarily this year, but having some decisions in working towards the adoption of that in just over a year. Noting that we can examine the potential reductions in FIST design and the management outcomes of those with MSE, and noting that an interim harvest strategy policy document may be adopted at the 100th annual meeting or even sooner at this meeting if the commission feels that it's useful to do that. And that's the end of my presentation, a quick overview, and I can take any questions.
Okay, thanks, Alan. Questions from commissioners? Peter?
Yeah, just on this new objective on, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. But on like the biomass, having an absolute biomass or targeting an absolute biomass. Has that gone through the MSAB? Have they already discussed this, and what was their perspective if they have?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner DeGrief. The MSAB met last May, and this new objective was really a new concept that the Secretariat had just started thinking about. And we brought it up, but it wasn't really thought about. It was more like, potentially we should be thinking of a new objective. The SRB subsequently made that recommendation at their September meeting, and there's not been an MSAB meeting since the September SRB meeting. Thus, no, the MSAB has not really formally discussed a potential new objective and an objective related to absolute spawning biomass, but it's something I think may be useful at the next MSAB meeting, whenever that may occur.
Okay, I'm just, thanks for that. I'm trying to think about this objective. Maybe I don't know what absolute spawning biomass is, but what would the effect of this year, what we saw this year in the decrease in the spawning biomass, or the new information that the spawning biomass was smaller? What kind of effect? Would that be calling for a decrease then? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Commissioner DeGrief. An excellent question. And really, when Dr. Stewart presented the concept of the unfished spawning biomass, the level of spawning biomass that would occur now if we had not fished is what's called a dynamic calculation. And it's accounting for just the effect of fishing and not measuring the effect or the difference occurred by weighted age and the potential lack of recruitment, say, in recent years. And so what you may have noticed from his presentation is that the unfished spawning biomass has been declining, but the effect of fishing has been lessened in recent years. So the actual spawning biomass has remained stable, yet if we had not been fishing, the spawning biomass would be declining. And so it's sort of this contrast with when we're observing that, and that says our status is fine. We don't have a really big fishing effect on the stock. However, we have these, or we've heard concerns about declines in the fish WQE and declines in the catch rates from the fishery. That's more related to the actual level of spawning biomass that we're observing out there. And that's what we mean by an absolute level of spawning biomass. It's what is actually out there, the spawning biomass out there. And we may not want to go below a certain level of spawning biomass, or an alternative way to think about it is we don't want to drop the catch rates below some level. We want the catch rates from the fishery to be above some certain level. And so that's what we're thinking about. It's a little bit of a contrast to a dynamic reference point. So it might be useful in that context. And how this might affect, an objective like this might affect the MSE process is it would be an objective in there to then evaluate what is the best fishing intensity to, say, avoid going below that level of spawning biomass, or to maintain catch rates above some level. You can think about it like that as well. And I'm not sure what we would find. We haven't done the full range. We can investigate that quite easily. But we might find that maybe a reference fishing level of 45% would better meet that objective than the current reference level of 43%. So it's just a new objective to then base the strategy on and what that reference level of fishing intensity may be. Or it might indicate that we need to create a management procedure that responds at times when we do start seeing low catch rates or low spawning biomass.
Okay, so just to follow up a little bit on that, would you say that the fishing intensity, the F43 or 45, would that change over time depending on the stock? Or would it just be that's the best one to get that result?
Yeah, another really good question. And basically, when you're determining the strategy from management strategy evaluation, you're thinking about a more consistent management procedure. So I think about the fishing intensity, this reference level of 43% would be more consistent over time and not change over time. However, the management procedure, the current interim management procedure, has that 30-20 control rule. And so what would happen there is if stock status was below 30%, then fishing intensity would be reduced, meaning the SPR increases. And say if the stock status was 25%, then the reference fishing intensity might be 50% rather than 43%. So it is the concept of you want a consistent management procedure, but within that management procedure, it may have some controls to adjust the fishing intensity in times when you have specific concerns about status or spawning biomass.
Okay, thanks for that.
Neil.
Thanks, John, and thanks, Dr. Hicks. A couple questions on that same theme. I was trying to think of other species where we have something like this. I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. So one question I have is whether there are examples of how an objective like an absolute biomass level has been used or applied. And then I was also trying to think about, to me, to replace the objective or add it. Those seem like they could be quite different in terms of approaches. And so replacing it, okay, it seems more straightforward to understand what that would look like. But if we added it, how would it then relate to the existing objective? But right now they're sort of hierarchical, right? So do you have thoughts about where this one would end up in the hierarchy and how it would relate to the other objective?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Davis. A really good question. And to be honest, I haven't thought too much about where it would fall in a hierarchical or a priority sense. But, I think this would be something right similar or even more priority than providing fishing yield or that TCY objective. Because this one is also, it's a fishery, I would see it as a fishery objective because it's somewhat related to catch rates, to efficiency out in the fleet, and things like that. And it could help provide, for an efficient and high yielding fishery out there. And to get at your first part, I think that's a really good point, and it would have been useful for me to put some examples where similar concepts have been used in other fisheries. Two things come to mind immediately. One is reading past IPHC documents, and I forget the year, but I know it was a Clark and Hare a publication. Is probably the scientific report. Can't remember the number, but where they describe the stock assessment and the harvest policy. And there's some statements in there that an objective of the IPHC is to maintain the spawning biomass above the levels seen in 1970. And the reason for that is they believe through estimation that the 1970s was a low spawning biomass from which the stock subsequently recovered. And many of, and it wasn't a desire, the spawning biomass being any lower than it was in the 1970s was not desirable. So they actually defined an objective. I don't know what the process was for defining that objective, but it was used in some of their subsequent harvest policy analyses. Other examples have been used around the world, and mostly, I see this come up a lot with like small pelagic species, like sardines, for example, or southern blue whiting in New Zealand, where they are a species or a stock that can fluctuate quite largely. It can be very large and then all of a sudden have very small values of spawning biomass. And they often, maybe not necessarily objectives, but they put into the management procedure sort of checks and balances that adjust fishing mortality or close the fishery in times when the spawning biomass is below some threshold. So what I will do is I'll take note of that and try to come up with some really clear examples where this has been used or is considered in other fisheries.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. I guess I wonder if, and I recognize you're sort of like thinking in real time here, but if we had it as an objective following our conservation objectives, which I think are 1 and 2, because it's really about efficiency. I guess it just seems like there's a possibility of conflict between 2, well, let's just say it was number 3 in the list, between 2 and 3, right? So number 2 says we're trying to maintain around, well, I guess maybe not, because it does say maintain at or above 36. But then this absolute biomass objective could essentially be like a further constraint. So even if we were at or slightly above, it may sort of further constrain what kind of TCEY we might set in order to stay above that absolute number. So I think I ended up just thinking out loud there. Not even sure there's a question there.
Well,
so that's fine.
I would completely agree. I think your thought process was right on. That's exactly how it would work. The key there being that B36 objective is at or above. and then it would have less potential conflict. But an example I ran through earlier this year showed that the reference fishing intensity would be closer to 46% rather than a 43% to meet this potential new objective. So that's how it would work. You're right. It would be like an additional constraint on the, it would be an additional objective, and some results I've seen would actually suggest maybe a lower fishing intensity.
Okay, thank you. So my own 2 cents on this is I don't know if I would yet recommend developing a new objective. I might be more comfortable with something that read more like recommend with those same groups, considering or exploring, just because I think understanding the implications of it, I don't really know yet. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that, Neil. I think I'm in a similar place to you, and I guess to sort of play the devil's advocate, and risk Alan's eyes rolling back in his head. Um, just given current volatility and uncertainty, are we really ready to move forward with a harvest strategy policy? It just seems like there's a lot that we would want to consider, and the implications seem to be sort of not hemming in flexibility, because I get that the commission could always deviate from a harvest strategy policy, but it would seem to point us in a certain direction where we may want to have more flexibility than that to account for changing circumstances. Alan, feel free if you want to address that.
I think those are fair comments.
Any other commissioner questions or comments? Okay, thank you. So I think that brings us back to Ian.
Thanks, Chair. So I was just confirming whether he thinks he can get the presentation done in 20 minutes or so, and he does. So we can move on to agenda item 7 and paper 12, Rev 1, please.
Okay, thanks, and hello again. I'll be presenting the second half of the assessment presentation, outlining the stock projections for the next and harvest decision table for the next 3 years, 2024 through 2026. You'll recall that the projections that we conduct here at the IPHC rely on a constant TCEY over the next 3 years, recognizing that we will have actual management action. We project for 3 years in order to see the implication of holding a consistent course over the next 3 years. For each projection, we calculate the probability of a series of different risk metrics, including stock decline, dropping below our stock reference points, fishery decline, and exceeding the F43 reference level of fishing intensity. And as in recent years, we provide a range of different mortality levels, from no fishing through higher values. In this case, for this year, we've provided the status quo and also plus or minus 5 and 10% to provide some resolution around the status quo. We highlight the 1-year surplus production, or the amount of yield that would equate to a less than or equal to 50% chance of dropping below the current spawning biomass in the upcoming calendar year, and a similar 3-year surplus production calculation of the yield that would have no greater than a 50% chance of having the spawning biomass drop over a 3-year time period. We provide the F43 reference fishing intensity, the TCEY that would correspond to that in 2024, and to provide some crossover to some of the results from the management strategy evaluation and to levels of harvest you might see in other fisheries. We also provide a proxy for maximum economic yield of F40%, and a proxy for maximum sustainable yield of F35%, both of which corresponding to somewhat higher levels of fishing intensity than we're used to looking at for Pacific halibut. So graphically, and with some of the risks highlighted here, this first panel shows you the 3-year projection with the same time series you saw in my previous presentation in blue, and in purple there highlighted the 3-year projection so you can see visually the trend. This first projection is with no fishing mortality from any sources, and this is intended to highlight the rate of biological productivity, or the amount of production that we could possibly see from this stock over the next several years. And you see that, as noted in the text there's a very small chance, virtually no chance, that the stock would decline if we had no fishing at all occurring over the next 3 years. If we then go up to the status quo, which would be rolling over last year's 36.97 million pound coastwide TCEY, you see that flattens the stock trend appreciably and leads to just under a 50% chance that the stock would decline at both a 1 and a 3-year time horizon. We then go up again in yield to 39.1 million pounds. This corresponds to the level of harvest that would have a less than or equal to 50% chance of stock decline over the next 3 years. So this would equate to a high probability of a flat stock trend. We then go up to the F43 reference level for 2024. We estimate that would equate to a 48.9 million pound TCEY, which would be a fairly substantial increase above the status quo. And you can see here the stock trend begins to trend downward, and the probability of stock decline has now jumped from 50% up to nearly 3 out of 4, or 74% in a 1-year time horizon and 72% in a 3-year time horizon. If we then look as high as an MSY proxy at F35%, this would be a much larger coastwide TCEY of 65.7 million pounds, and nearly certainly would result in further stock decline over the next 3 years, with approaching 100% chance of stock decline. These results, that's a graphical look at some of the alternatives in the harvest decision table. This slide shows you the contents of the full table, ranging from no fishing on the left-hand side through those higher levels of harvest on the right-hand side. And in order to interpret this table, it's helpful to look across both the headers for each column, as well as the 4 metrics that describe the contents of each column. So, and from top to bottom, those are the total mortality. So this would be all sizes and sources of mortality associated with a given coastwide TCEY, including non-directed sources and U26 mortality. The second row would be the coastwide TCEY itself. Third row would be the estimate of fishing intensity that would correspond to that, noting that when a TCEY is set, we don't know exactly what level of fishing intensity we would get from that TCEY. So we can't manage SPR, we can manage TCEY. So when we set a TCEY, we get what we think we'll get for an SPR, but then there's a broad range associated with that. And so the fourth row shows you the credible interval for the level of fishing intensity that we might get as a function of a given coastwide TCEY. In general, the way to interpret the decision table is that you have increasing mortality or fishing intensity from left to right, and that, of course, corresponds to increasing risk. Highlighting just one section of this table and one row from that section, which is the risk of 3-year decline in spawning biomass. And the table is reported in chances out of 100. So it's a percentage or times out of 100. You can see that across this range of different management alternatives, there's quite a high sensitivity to the choice of the 2024 level of mortality, ranging from very low probability of spawning biomass decline with no fishing up to nearly certain spawning biomass decline at higher levels of fishing intensity. and of course, correspondingly increasing risk as you move to higher and higher coast-wide TCEYs. Looking at the risk of dropping below our reference points, both the SB 30% threshold and the SB 20% limit, these probabilities are much lower, and this is in large part because we currently estimate the stock to be well above both of these reference points. However, you can see in both cases there is a response to fishing. The probability of exceeding both of these reference points does go up as you increase the amount of yield available in 2024. Provide in the presentation the full decision table, including all of the various risk metrics crossed with all of the alternatives. I won't go through in detail those values, but those are available for your own inspection. And I'll highlight several risks that are not included in the decision table. So some of the uncertainty in the stock dynamics, in how we model the stock, and in the effect of fishing on that stock are included explicitly in the decision table. However, there are a few things that are not. And the first is this observation that I brought up earlier. Alan spoke to this as well, which is that the stock is currently at its lowest absolute population level that we've observed in the last 30 years. We don't identify this as a conservation concern because we understand that the stock would be at a low level even if we weren't fishing on it. But nonetheless, in terms of the actual number of fish or biomass of fish that are in the water, we are at a low point for the last several decades. And this is largely a function of poor recruitment and low weighted age, which have resulted in a period of relatively low productivity compared to the long-term average, and especially compared to the period the preceding several decades where we had unprecedented highs in the late 1990s and early 2000s. The second part of this risk is the risk to the commercial fisheries and to the fishery independent setline survey. As you'll see in the upcoming presentation on survey designs, low catch rates correspond to substantial challenges in maintaining a broad fishery independent setline survey footprint. Similarly, we've heard and we see in the logbooks that the directed commercial fisheries had a challenge both catching their fish and also catching them efficiently this year. Catch rates were some of the lowest that we've observed across virtually all IPHC regulatory areas in recent years. So those are risks that are to other quantities than things that we're measuring in the decision table. I also noted in the first presentation that we're now outside the range of the proportion of the stock that has been historically observed to occur in the core or in biological region 3, in the geographic core of the stock. Again, we don't know what this would look like over the 100-year time horizon, but we do know for the last 3 decades at least, we've not seen a proportion this low in the geographic core of the stock. And then finally, also as I noted in the first presentation, we have some large changes afoot in the various ecosystems that comprise the geographic range of Pacific halibut. And because of that, our ability to rely on historical relationships and predictability seems quite low. And so at this point, it is unclear whether we are in a new type of productivity regime that's likely to persist, or whether we are merely waiting in between productivity events for another, say, good recruitment to come in the near future. As requested at last year's annual meeting, providing here a fairly giant table of the adopted TCEYs, both coast-wide and by IPHC regulatory area, going back to 2013, which is as far back as we can reconstruct the full TCEY associated with the adopted catch limits, to provide context for this year's decision-making process. In addition, we'll also provide the reference TCEY as it was calculated in each of those years, noting that the basis for that reference, and I've put reference in small quotes here, because it has changed over time. You may recall prior to 2016, we were operating under a management procedure which generated the blue line, which was not strictly comparable to the SPR-based approaches afterward. and generally corresponded to a lower level of fishing intensity. Then in 2016, the Commission adopted an F46% reference TCEY. Those are shown there from 2016 through 2020. And then in 2021, the Commission adopted a slightly higher level of fishing intensity as its reference, or F43%. And those corresponding TCEYs from each year's stock assessment are shown there on the right-hand panel. I want to make one other comment about projection, because there has been a relatively large potential change in management of non-directed discards in Alaska, or bycatch in Alaska, for 2024. Just very recently, in the last week or two, the National Marine Fisheries Service announced that the abundance-based management approach was going to be used for dictating the prohibited species catch limits in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands in Alaska moving forward. This is now going to be in effect for 2024. This has a direct effect potentially on the Amendment 80, or A80 sector, as it's referred to in this slide. So what I'm showing you here is the bars represent the amount of non-directed discard mortality that we estimate to have occurred in the Bering Sea in orange, and in the Gulf of Alaska in blue. And the two lines, the orange line for the Bering Sea and the blue line for the Gulf of Alaska, represent the aggregate limit on non-directed discard mortality in each of those two areas. You can see that both of those limits are substantially above the actual amount that was estimated to have occurred in terms of mortality. You'll note that drop at the end of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands limit from 2023 to 2024 corresponds to a 20% drop in the PSC limit for the Amendment 80 sector. This is the result of applying this new abundance-based management approach to the PSC limits in Alaska. So the reason that I present this in particular is to answer the question of whether we would need to adjust our planning for projections to accommodate this. So you'll recall that the Commission several years ago adopted the approach of using a running 3-year average as the projection of non-directed discard mortality in the upcoming year. And the conclusion here is that to the degree that there is still a wide margin between the actual amount of non-directed discard mortality and the aggregate limit, I think that approach of using a 3-year running average still makes sense, because it could well be that changes in other sectors in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands may or may not result in either a higher or a lower actual amount of non-directed discard mortality that occurs in the upcoming year. And so I think at this point it makes sense to stick to this 3-year running average, unless we get to a point where that aggregate limit becomes constraining in general. So the recommendations from this section are a little bit more detailed than the assessment. The first is just to note the paper. And then the second is really to highlight that to provide further information at AM100, it would be helpful if there are any additional harvest decision table alternatives that would be useful for evaluation at AM100, to identify those so that we can prepare those ahead of the annual meeting. And similarly, if there are detailed mortality projections, which would require a distribution of TCEY across IPHC regulatory areas, to provide us with guidance on how to proceed there, and those can be prepared similarly for AM100. And that's what I have for this presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ian. See if there are questions. I'll just note, perhaps while other commissioners are thinking here, Ian, in slide 15, I think it was, you mentioned the abundance-based management of halibut, and that the implications for prohibited species catch in the upcoming year. And another new management regime is the Pacific Cod Trawl Cooperative Program, which is brand new and also taking effect this year, and is expected to reduce halibut bycatch in the directed Pacific cod trawl fishery by 25%, phased in 2 years. So 12.5% reduction this year and another 12.5% next year.
John, I got a question.
Go ahead, Bob.
Ian, on this same graph, the slide 15, where the Amendment 80 slide from 2.89 to 2.31, do you know where they're at this year or last year?
Thanks, Commissioner Alverson. Do you mean in terms of actual usage of that PSC cap?
Correct.
I don't. I think maybe perhaps someone from the agency would be better to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
Can you see me, John? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
Thank you.
You are very
Thanks for
small
that,
on
Ian.
my screen.
Yeah, okay. Well, somewhere, anyway. Looking at slide 14, and on this, distribution that you have of all the numbers, I noticed that 2B or Canada is at its lowest, TCY available during the whole course of this. And it seems to me that all other areas no other area is at its lowest point. And I just want to make sure that I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I confess I haven't looked in depth at the patterns. These are just the adopted catch limits from each of the annual meetings going all the way back to 2013. So unless there's an error, these reflect exactly the decisions that the commission made in each year going forward.
Okay, so then I think I did read it right then. So yeah, we are at Canada's at its lowest TCY during this whole time sequence, and all other areas, all other regions have had, they're not at their lowest. I just wanted to make sure I was reading it correctly and that those are the adopted. So thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other questions.
Chair, we do have two written questions from stakeholders. We could transfer those and project them, and then you could move to an indication if you'd like to provide Ian some more direction regarding those two requests.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so it'll just take 30 seconds or so bear with us for a moment. Okay, so the first comment rather than a question is from Sean McManus, and regarding fishing in IPHC regulatory area 4B. Sean has not asked for the microphone, but should you wish, Sean, please just let us know. The question, I'll just read it. and see if there's any response needed. In 2023, I experienced approximately 2/3 to 3/4 the weight per unit effort I saw in 2022 on identical sets during a similar time of year in regulatory area 4B. In regulatory area 4A, I saw a similar results between 2022 and 2023. I've witnessed steady decline in both of these regulatory areas since 2021. So it's not necessarily a question, just a comment from Sean.
Okay, thanks to Sean for the comment.
And then regarding a written comment from Dan Falvey, and this is regarding the harvest decision table. When looking at the projections in the decision table, is the fishing intensity in each column assumed to be the same across the 3-year timeline? Or does it change somehow in year 2 and 3? Specifically, does the status quo column assume a TCY of 37 million pounds in each of the next 3 years, or does that change somehow in year 2 and 3? And I'll pass to Ian to respond.
I can address that one. And that is a good clarification that the decision table assumes a constant TCEY over the whole time period. So the TCEY listed at the top is applied for 3 years in a row. And that would correspond to a different level of fishing intensity in each year as the stock changes in the future.
So that's all we have, Chair, in terms of.
I think Sean's comment got confused.
I do, but I don't have it at hand, so I can't. So I guess at this point, Ian is asking if there are any additional clarifications. If we could just have this slide put back up. Any additional direction you'd like to give him, or whether he should just move forward with what he has for the annual meeting.
Sorry, were you going to post the slide with those prompts?
I'm hoping so. Yes, there we go. So point 2 and 3 there.
Okay, let's see if any commissioners have anything to add here. Yeah, I appreciate the asks here, Ian. I think at least for myself, a little time to digest might be helpful. So we may want to get back to you on these things. I'm not seeing any other commissioners wanting to weigh in.
I got a quick question for Ian.
Oh, go ahead, Richard.
Going back to the chart on the table, let me see, I don't see it up there, but I'll go to my. So when this reference F43 that was recommended by the MSC process, and it's showing like a TCY of 48.9, and all the ones to the left showed, like status quo. Could you explain what the status quo is compared to this reference level 43? Is it just something that we've adopted in the past, and so therefore it's the status quo? Or is there something more than that?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner Yamada. The status quo merely represents the previous year's coastwide TCEY rolled over for another year. And I just put that as a point of continuity.
So I think you've explained this in the past before, but again, I just want more. Every time I hear it, I get better clarification. But the difference between this 37 and the 48.9, why isn't our, is it just because we've taken more conservative actions, or is there something that And even at taking, less than the F43, is there some indication that that F43 should be some other number?
No, I don't think there's any reason to think that F43 should be related to the status quo. The commission did opt for a more conservative approach last year, considerably below the level of fishing intensity that would be the reference level. So that would be why the two differ, at least currently.
Okay, so it's strictly a commission's decision to be more conservative, to select a TCY way below the 48.9. So if we had last year was really extreme. That 50 million pounds kind of took everybody by shock. And it's gone down some to 48, but that's still pretty high. I think everybody's going to feel a little uncomfortable adopting that. But why are we having why? And even you recommended a more conservative approach. I mean, you wouldn't recommend going with the reference level. So what really is the level of conservation we need to be concerned with? It's just like, these percentages down here, like 50-50 would be like, like a status quo plus 5%, and the first table is 50-50. Is that a comfortable level, 50-50? Or obviously 45 is better than 50, but I'm trying to get a handle of where in this row of other options, the level of conservation, is there some kind of needle pointing towards one better than the other?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I think I'll start by saying that I think what you're getting at is the perceived disconnect between what an F43 would correspond to in the short term and what people's perception of the current stock is and the trend that we're on. And I think that the important part of that disconnect is that the F43 is based on a long-term strategic look at how this would perform. And it doesn't have, there's no objective with regard to short-term stock decline. So as in Alan's presentation, he had one slide where he illustrated that if we were to fish at an F43 policy over the long term, roughly 1 out of 3 years, I think 29% of the time, we would be below the current biomass level. And I think that might be a higher proportion of the time than people had in mind when they thought they liked F43. And I think that might be where part of this disconnect is. So the commission currently doesn't have an objective that is to stabilize the stock at any particular level. And I think that's where Alan was proposing that it might be worth considering. Is there a level of biomass at which the commission would be more comfortable, and in introducing that as an objective so that we could begin to tune some of the MSE outputs to meet that objective. In the short term, going to an F43 would have a very high probability of further stock decline. To answer your question about conservation, because we understand the stock would be at a relatively low level right now, even if we weren't fishing on it, this doesn't trigger our conservation concerns. The effect of fishing would still be relatively modest on this stock, but nonetheless, it would correspond to continued decrease and to continued low catch rates in both the fishery and the FIS. So I think that's really where the disconnect is coming from right now.
So where we sort of stabilized in past charts that I saw. So does that mean that if we selected status quo, would that mean that the stock would stay pretty much in a level kind of trajectory?
That is our best estimate. Of course, there's a broad uncertainty around exactly what's going to happen in the next few years. But we estimate that would be pretty close to 50% chance of no further decline in the stock if we had harvest levels around the status quo up to 50% at 39 million pounds, as shown in the table. So the harvest level that we're at now is pretty close to what we might expect to be able to take out of the stock in the next 3 years and maintain about the same stock size.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I appreciate your comments there too, Ian. And I'll just note you observed earlier that the biggest factors affecting biomass, if I heard you right, are weighted age, recruitment, and fishing. And of course, we don't control weighted age and we don't control recruitment. We do control fishing. And you also noted that I think you characterized F52 as a modest level of fishing intensity, which is where we, roughly where we were with the decision that we made last year, in light of a number of circumstances, including the ones you summarized on slide 12 here, the stock being at its lowest absolute population level in the last 30 plus years, ecosystem and climate uncertainty remaining high, and region 3 being at its observed lowest proportion of the coastwide biomass in a long time. So a lot of factors for us to consider in basically making the policy call about level of tolerable risk at this point. Any other commissioner comments or questions? Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my computer just died, but do you mind bringing up the harvest table? Because there's something on there that, it's really hard to read, but the fishing intensity interval. Now, this is the thing that always scares me, is that, we're not exactly that precise. And so I was curious, I noticed that like at 43, seems like there's a pretty good chance we're getting closer to, on the ramp, so to say it. You could be at an F23. Or am I thinking of this wrong? Like, if, for instance, if we, it's within its, I see those as the error bars, they were closer to the F23. Does that mean we're on the ramp?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. And I think it's an important observation that I probably could have emphasized more on this slide. I went back to this slide just so that you could read those values a little bit more easily in larger font. But your point is an important one, which is that fishing intensity interval shows the 95% credible interval, or the range that's honestly plausible for the fishing intensity that we might get for a given TCEY. So to follow your example, at the reference level of F43%, we would specify a TCEY of 48.9 million pounds. Our best estimate would be that would equate to F43%, but it could be fishing as heavily as an F23% or as lightly as an F58%. And so you're entirely right. If in fact it turned out to be on the low end, we could be fishing well in excess of what we'd expected. And that's reflective of our uncertainty in the absolute size of the stock. We don't know exactly how many halibut are out there. And so when we take a fixed catch out, that corresponds to a fairly broad range.
Yeah, and I just noticed that as we increase fishing intensity that we're trying to pinpoint, it seems like you're getting, it weights even harder to the, heavier fishing intensity, the difference. And so, that's just a concerning one to me. I'd hate to be fishing that hard on a stock, and chances are we're not, but that is within the realm of uncertainty. And so just another reason to be probably precautious. Thank you.
Hey, anything else before we move on? Okay. Neil, could I just do a time check? You mentioned this morning that you were going to need to check out early. I think you said close to an hour from now. Is that right? Are you still good to push on a bit?
I'm good to push. Yeah, thanks for checking, John. I'm good to push on, and we'll be sort of scooting out of here at about 20 to 5.
Okay, so maybe we can, Dave, proceed with agenda item 8.
Great, thank you. So yes, agenda item 8, or particular 8.1, will be the presentation of paper 13, Rev 1 by Dr. Webster. He's indicated he has about 30 minutes of presentation time, and then we can do maybe an initial round of questions and comments, and then come back tomorrow morning to wrap up. Also, just filling time as Ray joins us. So over to you, Dr. Webster.
Thank you. Okay, this presentation distills a lot of the conversations and reports that we've prepared over the last several months. This is, while I'm presenting, this work has been a joint series of pieces of work with Ian Stewart, Kayla Uwalese, and Dave Wilson. And I would welcome them interrupting if they find I have missed any important points. Okay, we'll start with, this is a two-part presentation. First part looks at the potential designs for 2024 to 2026. And the second part focuses on block designs that we discussed previously with commissioners. They might proceed over the next several years. So the usual introduction, our most important source of data on Pacific halibut is the FIS. It provides data for estimating weight and numbers per unit effort. We use them to estimate stock trends, stock distribution, and important input into the stock assessment. Provides biological data for the stock assessment, and we've had an annual FIS since 1993, continuously, and the design was expanded over the previous decade. Full FIS grid is shown in this figure with the orange spots, and we also make use of data, as we noted earlier in the day, from the NEPS Troll Survey, blue, and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Troll Survey, the red dots. As we can't fish all of the 1,890 FIS stations every year, we make a selection of stations to recommend for sampling based on priorities, which we'll outline. And these are these. Our primary objective is scientific sampling halibut for stock assessment distribution, and that determines the station distribution and station count we would like, and the skates per station in order to get required biological data. Secondary objective is long-term revenue neutrality, logistics and cost, operational feasibility, and cost neutrality. And then we have tertiary objectives, minimizing our impact on the stock, assisting others in data collection, and so on. This calendar, shown for a couple of years now at least, shows the timeline for preparing designs and evaluating designs, starting in after the annual meeting in March. April, we present designs to the Scientific Review Board. They may come back, want us to come back with modifications at the September meeting. Prior to that, we'd have the work meeting review for the first time by the commissioners. We just had the RAB meeting, and the IM decision is scheduled for this current meeting. The only significant change from past versions of this is that we now have the Scientific Review Board reviewing designs that account for the secondary objective at their June meeting. And those would be very preliminary estimates of costs, but that was a request from commissioners, and I think the Scientific Review Board themselves had a desire to see designs that were more realistic in likelihood of going forward than the purely scientific-based designs that we had been presented. So in June, we did present this design to the Scientific Review Board based on scientific evaluations, and this has randomized sampling of stations in the core of the stock from 2B to 3D, as we have proposed in past years, and sampling of priority parts of the regulatory areas, including parts of 2A and 4B that we haven't sampled for some years. That design was evaluated or projected to cost to lose over $3 million, and so was not considered a realistic design for moving forwards with in terms of our secondary objective. And so we moved through a series of intermediate designs before arriving at this design, which would, based on the projections of costs from 2023 in particular, which would achieve a small surplus, projected to achieve a small surplus, but would reduce sampling to the northern part of 2B and all of IPHC regulatory area 2C and one charter region in 3A in order to maintain a revenue positive design. So a large reduction in sampling from what we had proposed to the scientific review order in June and from what we have been fishing for the majority of the time series of this since 1993. In order to achieve revenue neutrality with that design, it wasn't sufficient to undertake the sampling in the same way that we've done in the past, but we also needed to add some efficiencies to the design as well. And that included no oceanographic monitoring, no staffing of patrol surveys by our own samplers, all training conducted virtually, and reducing field staff on each vessel from 2 to 1 in 2 charter regions, in which case we would only collect basic biological information. Additionally, we're allowing for vessel captain stations, which we've discussed earlier today, in which vessel captains can choose to fish up to 1/3 of their sets at a location that's optimal in terms of catch rates. And we projected that that would lead to a modest increase in the average catch rate. Dr. Stewart mentioned earlier that there is precedent for this in the FIS, and it was something I'd forgotten about, but in 1993, this is how the 4th station was chosen among a group of 4 stations in the FIS. They fished triangles of stations that year, and they allowed the skippers to choose a station within that triangle as the 4th station. In subsequent years in which that triangle design was maintained, that flexibility was removed, and the 4th station was the centroid of the triangle. So this is not without precedent. And use less expensive pig salmon baits on 50% of the sets. We also had presented a series of add-on options, recognizing that this scaled-back design does not meet all of our needs in terms of scientific needs, and has raised concerns about lack of information from parts of the stock and increased burden on areas like 2B and 2C to shoulder the burden of the survey work. So we projected costs of additional sampling and monitoring effort should supplementary funding become available. These are presented as a series of modular options that can be added, picked and chosen from a list, which we'll see in a moment. And they were designed to include an entire charter region or comprise at least 60 stations to increase the likelihood of obtaining one or more competitive bids, given that we couldn't get bids on the small number of stations that we attempted to get bids on 4A and 4B for 2023. Individual charter regions were added to the revenue neutral design one at a time, selecting the charter region that was closest to net revenue neutrality for each IPHC regulatory area. There were some minor exceptions to the charter region focus. We allowed 60 stations in 2A that might span charter regions, and likewise 4AB boundary, 60 stations that would span the boundary. We did not evaluate any charter regions as add-ons before CBE because of that we anticipate the NIMS troll survey data to provide NIMS troll surveys to provide a solid baseline of information for estimating density and trends in that region area. So these were the add-on options that were presented to commissioners in the sessional meetings, and I won't step through all of these, but they each in turn add on one charter region or one extra component such as oceanographic monitoring or troll staffing. So allowing commissioners to see the cost of augmenting the revenue positive design with additional sampling. Funding becomes available. So there are implications to reducing the sampling is to a design that we showed previous slides on that produce a revenue positive outcome. Estimates from unsampled regulatory areas would have high level of uncertainty. We're already seeing this in areas like 4B. We can see the shaded credible intervals, the uncertainty around the estimates becoming wider over time, and the increasing risk of bias. We've had public comment today that things may be changing in areas like 4B, may well be decreasing trends there, and we're not seeing them because we're not able to sample. We haven't been able to sample them, and that unseen changes means that there's bias in our estimates, and that risk will also increase for biological regions and coastwide estimates, which pull together data from each of the regulatory areas. The limited spatial designs, such as the design 2 in the earlier slide, will result in less information available for the stock assessment and management supporting calculations, such as stock distribution. Increased uncertainty in the index of abundance is likely to cause the assessment models to rely much more heavily on commercial fishery catch per unit effort index, and we saw some indication of that this year. Given current variability and uncertainty in the magnitude of younger year classes, missing biological information in the core of the stock makes it unlikely the assessment will detect a major change in year class abundance, either up or down. And although basic stock assessment methods can remain unchanged, a much greater proportion of the actual uncertainty in the stock trend and demographics will not be able to be quantified due to missing data from such a large fraction of the geographic range. So we recommend that the Commission note the accompanying paper and endorse proceeding with the revenue neutral design for 2024 proposed here in order to cover all fixed headquarter costs and to provide data for basic trend and estimation and biological data for use in the 2024 stock assessment. Specifically, the Secretariat recommends fishing 2 charter regions in IPHC regulatory area 2B, all 3 regions in 2C, and 1 additional region in IPHC regulatory area 3A with added efficiencies as described. Further, in addition, we recommend a minimum of 2 extensions, dependent on the Commission's weighting of corresponding objectives and availability of supplementary funding. Further prioritizing the collection of biological data representing all 4 biological regions and reducing the potential for bias in trend estimates, we recommend adding modular options 4 and 3 from the previous table, which will provide minimal sampling in 4A, 4B, and 3B, supplementing the single charter region included 3A, which would require an estimated $307,000 of supplemental funding. Further prioritizing reliable estimates of stock distribution for all regulatory areas as well as biological data, added modular options 2 to 5, which will allow for directly informed estimates of trend, demographics, and stock distribution for all IPHC regulatory areas in 2024, and this would require supplemental funding of estimated $488,000. Okay, given limited time, I'm going to move into the second part of the presentation, which was an evaluation of block-based designs for 2024 to 2028.
Hey, Ray, can I just interrupt with a question real quick?
Yes, Mr. Cole.
If you could just back up a slide or two. One moving too fast. Your recommendation about going with a couple of the add-ons, and then you had a second one that had additional add-ons. Yeah, that's it. So you've got a cost there for adding modular options 4 and 3 in number 1, and then in number 2, you've got another cost estimate, and this is for 2 through 5 inclusive. So am I to understand that the $307,000 and the $488,000 are not additive?
Correct. These are 2 separate options.
Yeah, 2 separate options.
Okay, so if we went with paragraph 2 here, that would be inclusive of all options 2 through 5, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, in recent years, in the core of the stock, we've fished a random selection of stations from the full 1890 station fish design. And you saw that in the proposal presented to the SRB and design option. This method for station selection was chosen in 2019 over a proposal to instead fish a selection of charter regions as blocks or stations. So we have presented this block proposal previously when we first talked about rationalizing the survey design. And in September 2023, commissioners directed Secretariat staff to evaluate potential block designs for future fish sampling. The perceived benefits of this was already noted in the RAB report. Potential for reduced running time between stations and a block design should lead to greater operational efficiency, and that was an important consideration, and hopefully that would lead to lower charter bids for the work. So we looked at three, based on commissioner requests, we looked at three block designs. One for the next 5 years, 24 to 28. One we called the base block design, in which all charter regions in the core are sampled over a 2 to 3 year period. The reduced block design, in which the charter regions are sampled over a longer 4 to 5 year period. And an alternating year design, in which the base block design is fished in alternate years with no years of sampling between sampling. For both the base and reduced block designs, we prioritize some annual sampling in each biological region for stock assessment purposes. And all designs rotate the selection of blocks for sampling. So these are, I think previously we discussed these as rotational block designs. That's how they proposed to be implemented. So this is an example of a base block design proposed for 2024. And in the core of the stock, we have 2 charter regions in north of 2B, the same 2 that were proposed that are part of the revenue neutral design, 2 charter regions in 2C, 4 charter regions in 3A, 2 in 3B, and the rest of the regulatory areas are sampled using the sub areas that we proposed previously, with priorities based on needs for data scientific purposes. So expanding this out over a 5 year period, you can see how the rotational nature of the design plays out. So if we look at 3A, we have 2 charter regions in 2024 and adjacent to each other, another 2 charter regions adjacent to each other to the east. We picked adjacent regions because that makes them more appealing for charter bids, who often we get bids that are for adjacent regions for efficiency and convenience purposes, I assume. And so we kept that in the design, but we also have stations in all IPHC regulatory areas. And then in all biological regions. And in subsequent years, we rotate the charter regions that are sampled in the core of the stock. So in 2025, we sample those charter regions in 3A that were not sampled in 2024. And then we flip again in 2026 and so on. For 3B, we're sampling 2 a year, so it actually takes 3 years to fish all 5 regions, and then we go back and fish some of the ones we fished previously. And so we evaluated these in terms of coefficient of variation, the relative measure of precision, noting that in the past we have targeted a CV of 15% or less per IPHC regulatory area. We were asked to consider relaxing that requirement for these designs. And so going into this, I didn't actually know what the CVs were going to turn out to be for these designs. And some of them were better than expected. So with the base block design, particularly focusing at the core of the stock, we're still in 2B, 2C, and 3A with all charter regions being fished over a 2 year period. we're still able to maintain very low, very precise estimates of the index, in this case, the O32 weight per unit effort index. Only in 3B in the core of the stock do we get slightly above the 15% CV for this design. And outside of that, we're not using the block. We're essentially using the same kind of design we've used in the past with a little less frequent sampling than we might have proposed previously. And so those are still below 20% in all IPHC regulatory areas. The control survey data in 4CD is sufficient to maintain a CV around 10% in all designs for that IPHC regulatory area. The second set of designs was the reduced block design. So we're now sampling every block, every charter region within the core of the stock over a 4 to 5 year period. So you see a lot patchier distribution of stations in this design, where the spatial coverage of the design is much poorer than the previous base block design that we saw. But over a longer period, we would still sample all charter regions. So now the column that's been added to the right shows the projected CVs for that design. And even though the coverage is patchier on a year-to-year basis, there's still sufficient information to maintain CVs below 20% in the core of the stock, and in fact 15% or below. A little bit confusing why it's slightly lower for 3B in this design than the other design, but there is some variation in how these play out depending on the data too. The final design was the alternating year design, which is essentially the base block design spread over a longer period of time with gaps in between the years. So no sampling in 25 or 27. So we evaluated CV for this design for 2027, which is the worst case scenario. We have no data in the terminal year of the time series. And the CVs increased quite a bit over the other designs. With a gap, with no sampling in that terminal year, we start to get CVs up above 25, 30% in the ends of the stock, and over 20% in 3B, and so on. With that design, though, and the reduced block design, the biggest concern is not necessarily the CVs, but the lack of comprehensive spatial coverage. And we'll talk about that in the next slides. So also we looked at CVs for biological regions and coastwide, which is useful particularly for comparing to other fisheries, as we'll see in the subsequent slide. For the base block design, the 2026 CVs were projected to be 5 to 9% for biological regions 2 to 4 and 5% for coastwide. I'm not mentioning 4B here because it's in the table as its own regulatory area in the previous tables. For the reduced block design, we're projecting 8 to 10% CVs for biological regions 2 to 4 and a 5% CV for the coastwide mean still. For the alternating year design, CVs by biological regions would be 10 to 14% projection and 8% CV for the coastwide. The base block designs provide high spatial coverage over a relatively short time period, 2 to 3 years. And that results in high precision and low bias for estimates obtained from the data. For example, stock trends and distribution. Reduced block designs have poorer annual coverage and therefore greater bias risk and reduced precision. In unsampled years, the alternating year designs provide the least reliable estimates, with no information on stock changes from the previous year and no biological data for the annual stock assessment. Bias risk is greatest and precision poorest of the 3 block designs. In both reduced block and alternating year designs, reduced spatial coverage of the FIS makes it more difficult for the assessment to detect a major change in year class abundance, either up or down. And so Dr. Stewart looked at other surveys for a comparison. We had some discussion of how our survey is compared to what might be the industry standards for fishery surveys. And so, well, the global average research survey CVs have been estimated to be around 20%, which makes our survey look quite good. Those include estimated observation and process error. And so they're larger than the survey-only CVs that we're projecting in our presentation. The NOAA fisheries trawl surveys in the Bering Sea, which are roughly analogous to one biological region of the Pacific halibut. Commercially important species, they've showed a range of average annual model-based CVs over the 1982 to 2019 period, including Pacific cod around 5%, walleye pollock 7%, northern rock sole 6%, and yellowfin sole 5%. So those values are comparable to the 5 to 9% CVs that we'd estimate from the reduced block design for IPHC biological regions, with the exception of a much smaller region 4B, but lower than corresponding values for the reduced block design and alternating year designs. So to summarize that, for a comparison with similar survey species in a similar part of the world, the base block design compares fairly favorably. The other designs less so. So the IPHC Secretary of Staff recommends using block designs for all future planning as a viable alternative to the randomized sampling currently in use in the Corps. Block designs will increase efficiency by reducing vessel travel time among stations. Sampling effort should not be lower than the levels presented in the base block design. We note the need for a base level of funding to ensure a minimally adequate scientific design, therefore do not recommend alternating year surveys, instead deploying at a minimum a revenue-neutral design to cover fixed costs and maintain staff. Regardless of whether we have a survey or not in a given year, we still have fixed costs to cover in the office, and so not fishing any stations guarantees a loss for that particular year. And there may be additional data quality costs to alternating year design due to the higher anticipated turnover of staff, therefore reduced availability of highly experienced staff capable of training new samplers in the field. And we've also had discussions with the RAB about the impact this might have on charter vessels themselves and keeping them within the program if we're missing years in the design. So we recommend the commissioners note the paper, endorse the use of a base block design, figures 2.1 to 2.5 in the accompanying paper, or a block design with similar sampling effort as an alternative to FIST designs based on random sampling of the core of the stock. Endorse maintaining sufficient FIST sampling to ensure a maximum annual CV of 25% in each regulatory year, decreasing to 15% as financial considerations allow, and including FIST biological sampling in all biological regions each year. And we recommend that you note that the stock assessment and MSC simulation analyses will be conducted in 2024 to further explore the effect of annual tactical and strategic decision-making of reduced FIST designs in the future. And we also request clarification whether the Commission has interest in supporting FIST designs that would provide IPHC regulatory CVs comparable to the historical targets of 15% or less to inform potential management procedures that rely on annual stock distribution estimates.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe I'll start out with a couple of questions here, and then we'll see if other commissioners have any. I believe it was slide 30 or so, you included some comparisons to CV levels for some other species. Yeah, there we go. So I get that having more data is always better, but is there such a thing as a conventional wisdom among stock assessment scientists for what is a tolerable CV for a species like Pacific halibut?
I can take that question. Like you said, more data is always better than less. And I think it really depends on the demands that are being put on assessments. Places where larger CVs are tolerable generally correspond to management approaches that rely less on very precise year-to-year results and incorporate larger buffers to accommodate scientific uncertainty. So there are plenty of assessments done with larger CVs, but they have much more precaution built into the management approach to do that. And sometimes even multi-year approaches to accumulate surveys between decisions. I think Ray mentioned it on this slide as well, but the Pacific halibut distribution is effectively 5 surveys broad. So this seems like a very large challenge for halibut, and it is in part because we literally are spanning 5 different domestic surveys with our single survey. And so each one of those, to maintain a level of precision consistent with each one of those is a tall task. But I think what we're seeing even in 2023 in the results are questions about our ability to manage or to draw inference and manage from the results from the 2023 survey. And we're still, that is actually still an excellent survey compared to many of these designs. I think we would have much larger challenges with any design less than what we saw this year.
So I take it from that the Secretariat's not prepared to recommend a CV level for us. Is that right?
I think that the designs that you saw in the block designs that Ray presented, that's a tolerable level of CV. In fact, those designs are quite similar to what we proposed at the completion of the survey expansion in 2019. We think we could support the stock assessment, estimates of biological demographics across all regions, as well as stock distribution estimates could all be well supported with the base block design. So those CVs, keeping the CVs generally under 20%, would be consistent with our overall approach to halibut management.
Okay, and in the core area, they're way below 20%. But are you saying that in the neighborhood of 15-20% throughout the range is something that could be workable from your perspective?
Actually, I would say that something more like what the distribution you're seeing here, with more precision in the core, where more of the biomass is definitely going to be more consistent with our current approach to management, which is trying to make pretty fine-tuned decisions on a year-to-year basis in response to new information.
If I may, one of the concerns with going to CVs like 20%, in order to do that in the core of the stock, we're scaling back the sampling so much that we're only sampling a very small fraction of the stock each year. And that makes it much harder for Ian to undertake the stock assessment with the data he needs. And makes it much harder for us to understand what the trends are and what the stock distribution is, regardless of the CV.
To put that another way, well, I think what we've uncovered in this exercise of evaluating all these designs is that we're likely to run out of good biological information before we get to CVs that are prohibitive in terms of just looking at the index.
Okay, thanks for that. Different question now. So from the paper, page 4, it notes that no charter regions were evaluated for C, D, and E because the NIMS trawl survey is anticipated to provide a good baseline of halibut density information, even in the absence of fish sampling. And then on the following page, it indicates that with a trawl survey expected to take place in the Bering Sea in 2024, the CV for that regulatory area for CDE is not expected to increase outside the target range. So should we read this to mean that the Secretariat is advising that the fifth sampling for CDE would be effectively superfluous given the NIMS trawl survey?
No. So we were tasked to look at various CV levels, and so it was clear. It was pretty clear that even in the absence of this sampling, the CVs would be maintained at a low level for that region. But that's not the only thing we should look at. If the trends are if we're not sampling the edge, the stock, which historically was where the highest catch rates were, then we're not going to see any changes in that part of the stock. We're not going to be able to detect if the stock is recovering or if it's continuing to decline. And every year we've been recommending that we sample for a number of stations, unrealistically, of course, but to Because of this being such a dynamic part of the stock with the impacts of climate change and shifting distributions of fish and our lack of understanding of what's going on between the US and Russian sides of the stock. And we have other motivations for wanting to sample the fish stations at a relatively frequent basis. It's not just about maintaining the sea.
So, so do I hear you saying that sampling along the edge there, the shelf edge, where maybe the trawl survey doesn't cover, is important? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Correct. The trawl survey goes down to 200 meters, I believe, which they working in two types of units, and we go down to 700 meters, 400 fathoms. I think that's around 700 and something meters. So yeah, there is quite a bit of depth and of the shelf edge that halibut have historically been present in quite high densities that is not reached by the trawl survey. So yeah, it's important that we get a look at that. Or again, there's a potential for bias to creep into the estimates, particularly as the period of time since we last sampled increases.
There's
Okay,
also
so
a
if
high.
I hear you right. Oh, go ahead, Ian.
Sorry to interrupt. There's also a high value in having biological samples from IPHC regulatory area 4 CD&E. Really, the reason we left it out of the modular options is we were trying to come up with the most critical small subset of options for the short term. But we would definitely not be comfortable with no sampling in 4 CD&E over the long term.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you both right, it sounds like you're saying the trawl survey, to some extent, offsets the CVE in terms of how it feeds into the space-time model, but it sounds like there's important information that we don't get. In other words, the results would be biased to some degree if over the long term there were not setline survey sampling results on top of the trawl survey. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the trawl survey certainly gets a different distribution of fish than the fish does. Much larger fish tending to be on the edge as well. And we can see in the based block design, we have included for 2026, the southern part of the shelf edge, and for 2028, the northern part of the shelf edge. So that proposal does include those regions, and we're developing these to try and maintain a consistent number of stations and a consistent cost from year to year by having some expensive regions in some years, but not a whole bunch of expensive regions all in one single year.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Those are really good clarifications. Other commissioners have questions?
Yeah, thanks, John. I had a couple.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
So, when you were showing the CVs for the block design, I was also would like to know what it looked like, and that was by regulatory area. It'd be interesting to know what those CVs look like by bioregions. I guess one of the things I struggle with is what is the cost benefit by collecting the more information. So there's going to be a cost to this in the short term for sure. But I think that it's going to be not revenue neutral what's being proposed, and so maybe that's the first question. And are those block designs revenue neutral?
No, we would think we estimated that the base block design will require $1.5 million in supplementary at current costs and expenses and so on. $1.5 million in supplemental funding each year.
Right. So I think, recognizing that it would need, at least in the short term, additional funding, you're suggesting from the parties that that be undertaken or considered. To be better, it would be interesting. We would need to know, I guess, what the trade-offs are. What are we getting for the additional money? And I guess I don't see it right yet in the presentation. So maybe that's something that you could consider and bring forward to us at a future date. I had another question that's going back to slide 9 and 10. We have design 2 added efficiencies. I'm back to those slides, and then if I go to slide 13, you have 1 through 8 options. So are those added efficiencies included in option 1, the revenue neutral with efficiencies? And so does it come out to be cost neutral?
Yes.
Or is it?
Yes,
So
they're
with
included.
sorry, go ahead, Ray.
Sorry, they are included.
And those, it would be revenue neutral is your best estimate at this point.
Option 1, the revenue
Yeah.
neutral. Yes.
With the efficiencies.
With the efficiencies, yes.
Okay. And I think you're recommending that we consider adding options 2 through 5. And that would be totaling up to an additional cost of $488,000 if all 2 through 5 are added. I think. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. What would be the added information from 2A? It's costing a fair bit at $134,000. How important is that?
Sorry, it's very hard to hear the question. Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, you bet. I was asking, so if you add 2A, regulatory 2A, it's 134,000. If you add 4A and 4B, that's 245,000. I'm asking, I guess, what additional information is critical to get that would be useful out of those 2 to 5? Why are you recommending those be added?
So this is to generate both information from the ends of the stock range as well as biological information, particularly 4A and 4B, providing biological information from those 2 biological regions that would otherwise go completely unsampled. And in the case of 4B, it would be unsampled for a 3rd year in a row.
And for 2A?
So 2A, I'll note, is an area that only had minimal sampling in 2023. So it's been a couple of years since we've had reasonable amount of sampling. There's a lot of stakeholder interest in getting information on what the stock is doing in 2A. Based on the other information that we've discussed and our focus on biological regions, it may be the least important of those options through 2 to 5. That probably represents our lowest data need from a scientific perspective. So it's a fair question.
All right, thanks.
Other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
I think both Peter and I had a question, but Peter's, I can go first, thanks. So I wondered about, you just mentioned at the end there, Dr. Webster, about sort of bioregions versus regulatory areas. I think most of what we saw regarding CVs was at the regulatory area. Can you maybe tell me a bit more about what's the relevance of CVs at regulatory areas compared to the bioregions, given my understanding is the bioregions are a little more meaningful from a biological perspective?
Sure, and I'm sure Dr. Stewart can correct me or elaborate on what I'm saying, but I understand management decisions are still based on IPHC regulatory areas in terms of allocation of the resource. So stock distribution is estimated from these data as well, and having precise stock distribution and provide makes that information more useful for those management decisions. Do you have anything to add, Ian?
No, I think that's the gist of it. Ideally, we have some representation in the biological sampling across the whole stock range. And that perhaps makes, even though 2A is part of a larger biological region, because it's at the very edge of the stock, it makes those biological samples perhaps slightly more valuable than, say, a charter region that's interior to the stock with sampling on both sides of it. Especially now as we're struggling to observe the existing year classes and look for evidence of what's coming.
Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, thanks, Ray and Ian. I note on your options, potential add-ons, you have an option 6, and that's to add 1 station to 2B. Canada. Is it like there's 2 stations that are, which station is it? Is it Goose Island? Is it Vancouver Island? Because I could see that, one would cost a lot more. One, I think, potentially used to make money up until this year. And this year it didn't. So, yeah, I'm just curious which station you're talking about.
Yeah, we can confirm, Commissioner agrees that the charter region is Goose Island.
Okay. Because, yeah, I just want to highlight that, last year there was a significant change, and prior to that, they, it was a revenue neutral, if not positive, from my understanding and looking at.
Right. I know we're going to lose Neil in just a minute here. So thinking ahead on our agenda here, and related to this conversation about potential add-ons to the FIS. Under agenda item 11, I think it is, we're going to talk about budget a bit. Dave, I'm curious, and maybe now is not the time. Maybe it's when we get to that agenda item. But I know you had told commissioners to be mindful that the headquarters lease costs may be going down in 2024. And so I'm wondering if there might be some savings there that could be used to augment the FIS. And I'm also wondering whether there may be other areas in the IPHC budget where we might be able to find some savings to augment the FIS. So you may not be prepared to address those things right now, but I just wanted to bring those up because they're related to this topic that we've just been discussing.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, we can certainly flesh those out tomorrow lunchtime or so. There will certainly be some savings if we're able to get the new lease signed. The caveat to that is that they aren't incorporated within the overall contracting party contributions, but rather are paid directly from the US. And so we would then need to get agreement from the US to provide those funds, I guess, as supplementary contributions. And so maybe that's something we can speak with our State Department representative this evening and tomorrow morning to see what would be possible there. In terms of other budget savings, there's always areas that we can make some savings, but it's also a little challenging given some recent budget cuts as well. So I'd suggest that we would take a little bit of time, we can have another think about it. We'll have a chat with our State Department representative and then get back to you tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I realize it's a lot to ask given the cuts that the Secretariat has taken in the past year. But obviously we've got some really important needs here with the survey. So I feel compelled to ask if there is flexibility there. And so if you can, I guess, sharpen your pencil a little bit and give us any thoughts on that, as soon as you can, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
I think we're at a point where we're going to need to call it a day since Neil needs to leave us. Any administrative items before we close for today, Dave?
No, Chair, other than I will send you the draft report, which will be up to date to just prior to this last presentation. So if there is time for your delegations to give it a review, that would certainly help in expediting the process, particularly as we need to start preparing papers for the annual meeting, which are due on the 23rd of December. So look, I'll shoot that through to you at some point tonight or first thing tomorrow. And we can certainly get that moving as well. But otherwise, no, Chair, we'll just reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, any last words, anyone? Okay, if not, then we will break until 9 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Oh, so long.